All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Straight Talk. We are live, live, live. And I'm really excited about tonight because there is something in the mix that I need to try to put a finger on. You know how you just don't know what is going on? You have a very strange feeling about something, and it's either going to go to the left, far left, or it's going to go to the right, far right. It's not going to be nowhere in the middle where you feel that. Something's not going to be what it's going to be, right? So this is not a financial advice. This is a historical perspective of what I feel will be happening in the near future and in the far future. And I have not been wrong yet. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying anything. But when I look at a particular investment, I look at its historical underpinning so that history has a way of repeating itself. So, with that being known, and how humanity or human interaction or all of the above things that can happen, you get a whole, hey, Sister Kathy, what's going on, man? You get a whole different perspective that is honest and forthright, and also more accurate than when you're trying to add your feelings and emotions to a given situation, and you're not able to share clearly. So we're going to be talking about what you were talking about when we had that short discussion, Sister Castro. I got you. Don't worry. But just making people unaware that this is not financial advice and that they need to do their own due diligence and, you know, discover or find out on their own what is really happening. So I really wanted to get that point across. Torrémelo. Sono del gato. Uh, we got a new cat, Sister Cat. We got a new cat. So I'm looking forward to that. So Torrémelo. I'm going to introduce you. This is what my son named him, Kitty. It's a girl cat. So I didn't want a girl cat, but hey, it's a cat. So that's all of what needs to be done. So they're happy with it. Hold on. Hey, hey, Kitty. Hey, Kitty. Hey, Kitty. All right, all right. So now that we got her out of the way, we can really get into what we're about tonight. So listen, Sister K, what's up, brother? Willie Rivers. Now I took the time to pronounce your name, man, because I was getting a Willie Rivers. Really Rivers. What the hell am I saying? So Willie Rivers. Thank you, bro. I really appreciate you coming on. Uh, no, I don't like dogs. I don't like wiping my own ass, let alone wiping some dog ass. I got to pick up the shit out of the house. We got a pretty decent big house, and I don't want to be wasting no time going outside cleaning no grass with shit in it. Excuse me. But I've always hated, I love dogs, other people's dogs. But for me, no. A cat can go right into its litter box and do what it's gonna do. We clean it out and keep it stepping. That's what I like about. That's what I like about cats. And if you get I don't know, something in the house, it'll come out. And not a rat. We don't have rats here, but we got a lot of what do you call it? I don't know, geckos, I guess. So sometimes the last cat we had before it died, unfortunately, we were catching up a lot of geckos. A lot of geckos eat up a lot of flies. We got flies now. I'm not going to say we don't, but the gecko. I love the gecko because I don't want to kill them, and they fight the mosquitoes and they fight the flies and do what they got to do. But anyways, I don't want to get too far off the subject. But tonight, the title is Of Mice and Men, coming off a Steinbeck novel of Mice and Men, and how things are looking the way that they look But is it really? Are we going into a new financial system, or are we going into a slow, steady, on purpose demolition of our economic system here in America and around the world, and who may be profiting from that? Now, the big thing right now, yeah, I believe so, Sister Cat. It's all an illusion, but I'm going to, I'm not going to say it. You know, you and I got money invested into crypto and all that. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to put my feelings and emotion into it or my thoughts or what have you. I'm just going to be honest. I'm going to give you both sides of the coin, the good and the bad, and people make their decision based on what is being presented. All right. So I did a thorough, at least as far as I can see, I did a thorough job of presenting the information, the negative part of it and the positive part of it. So, you know, a lot of people have made a lot of money based on Bitcoin. And I got into it with a friend of mine on Facebook. I've been known him years. I never met him or anything. I was the Bitcoin fanatic. And at that point, I really couldn't see what the hell he was talking about. And I asked him, how in the hell can Bitcoin be $90,000 worth more than gold and silver and platinum combined? He didn't have an answer. Excuse me. I'm getting tired already. I got to go to bed. But anyway, uh, we got into it, I got on his show, and, you know, we, you know, had it out, looking at the information. I'm like, but why are people bidding this up? But you know what I found out? This I'm sorry, Bitcoin means beta test coin. So when it first came out, it was going for like less than a penny, like 1/10,000, 1/100,000th of a penny. And if you were, I guess, lucky enough to get in and buy up a little bit of nothing, the beta test coin, or what is known to be today, the Bitcoin, you got away with murder. I mean, you got and made millions of dollars. And, you know, it's going to be what it's going to be. But there are other opportunities in the crypto market. So what I'm going to do is to play out the bad comments and videos and stuff like that. Then I'm going to get into a lot of other positive side of the coin of Bitcoin and what the U.S. government is about to do. Now, if they are going to do what they said they're going to do, as far as making it legal, because this is one thing that I had a problem with, there's no regulation in Bitcoin. There are a lot of people who lost a lot of money because, you know, you can't call the FBI. No, I'm sorry. I guess you could call the FBI because I remember seeing a guy stealing a lot of Bitcoin, and he just thought he would never get caught. He ended up getting caught. So, but the idea is that you cannot call the SEC on the developers of Bitcoin and now XLM, now XRP, now other coins like Dogecoin, or, you know, all these other ones. So, without further ado, hold on, let me check this out. Okay, so without further ado, I'm gonna go straight to, because I'm not gonna be on here for too long. We got a decent amount of videos. Yeah, me too. Me too, Sister Catherine. Me too. Uh, Hold on, let me put all these out. And Brother Willie Rivers, I really appreciate you coming on and listening. So what we're gonna do, or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go straight to the share screen, and we're gonna start it. But first, I am going to do the intro, which I normally do right from the get-go. But I'm gonna do the intro, and I will be right back. Just hold on. And ladies and gentlemen, I will be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I don't know if I mentioned that my son Aaron, who was the oldest of the bunch, he named our cat Kitty. Kind of makes sense, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, so we're here on the share screen, and we're going to get right to the first one before I get into Sister Cassie. Hold on. The video that I was talking to you about that gave the compressed history of empires and what that meant. So, um, you know what? Let me hold on. Let me do that first, and then we'll go right into the other one. Hold on. Okay. So what we're gonna do this one. It's only 4 minutes long, but there's a longer one that goes into more detail. But I don't want to spend too much time. But this one is the compressed version of the longer one, which is like 45 minutes. If you want to check that out, you can. Oh, here we go. You can see it right here. Principles for dealing with changing world order. So you can look at it right here. This one is 43 minutes and 43 seconds long. And this is the, oh, okay, so yeah. So I'll do this one instead. It's only 4 minutes, about 5 minutes long. And I'll be right back.
Of the last 500 years and the last three reserve currencies. It took me through the rise and decline of the Dutch Empire and the guilder, the British Empire and the pound, the rise and early decline in the United States Empire and the dollar, and the decline and rise of the Chinese Empire and its currencies, as well as the rise and decline of the Spanish, German, French, Indian, Japanese, Russian, and Ottoman empires, along with their significant conflicts, as measured in this chart. To understand China's patterns better, I also studied the rise and fall of Chinese dynasties and their monies back to the year 600. Because looking at all these measures at once can be confusing, I'll focus on the four most important ones: the Dutch, British, US, and Chinese. You'll quickly notice the pattern. Now let's simplify the form a bit. As you can see, they transpired in overlapping cycles that lasted about 250 years, with 10 to 20-year transition periods between them. Typically, these transitions have been periods of great conflict because leading powers don't decline without a fight. So how am I measuring an empire's power? In this study, I used 8 metrics. Each country's measure of total power is derived by averaging them together. They are education, inventiveness and technology development, competitiveness in global markets, economic output, share of world trade, military strength, the power of their financial center for capital markets, and the strength of their currency as a reserve currency. Because these powers are measurable, we can see how strong each country is now, was in the past, and whether they're rising or declining. By examining the sequences from many countries, we can see how a typical cycle transpires. And because the wiggles can be confusing, we can simplify it a bit to focus on the pattern of cause-effect relationships that drive the rise and decline of a typical empire. As you can see, better education typically leads to increased innovation and technology development, and with a lag, the establishment of the currency as a reserve currency. You can also see that these forces then declined in a similar order, reinforcing each other's decline. Let's now look at the typical sequence of events going on inside a country that produces these rises and declines. In a nutshell, The big cycle typically begins after a major conflict, often a war, establishes the new leading power and the new world order. Because no one wants to challenge this power, a period of peace and prosperity typically follows. As people get used to this peace and prosperity, they increasingly bet on it continuing. They borrow money to do that, which eventually leads to a financial bubble. The empire's share of trade grows, and when most transactions are conducted in its currency, it becomes a reserve currency, which leads to even more borrowing. At the same time, this increased prosperity distributes wealth unevenly. So the wealth gap typically grows between the rich haves and the poor have nots. Eventually, the financial bubble bursts, which leads to the printing of money and increased internal conflict between the rich and the poor, which leads to some form of revolution to redistribute wealth. This can happen peacefully or as a civil war. While the empire struggles with this internal conflict, its power diminishes relative to external rival powers on the rise. When a new rising power gets strong enough to compete with the dominant power that is having domestic breakdowns, external conflicts, most typically wars, take place. Out of these internal and external wars come new winners and losers. Then the winners get together to create the new world order, and the cycle begins again.
All right, now that is what I call a home run. And the shortest amount of time, Sister Cassie and Brother Willie, and to be able to understand that. And one of the things that you probably seen is what country is missing out of that. I don't want to call it a country, but I call it a continent. You know what I'm talking. They just totally wiped it out. They're not even talking about the idea of the Black European and the royal families of Europe. So when you're talking about the Dutch Empire, you're talking about the British Empire, you're talking about American Empire, you're talking about what other empire that they were talking about doing that video, they were Black Empire that slowly changed to what we call the pink people, white people, and country, and they are fucking up. And this is what, if you can, Sister Cassie, would you please come on because we can have a little short discussion because Sister Cassie made some very salient points that I want to try to focus in on and make known about America and where it is going. Now, we know that America started out as a very, very small country in 1776, and then it got in. It should be right there on your in your WhatsApp. Hold on, let me crap. Let me bring it up. Now, wait. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it should be right there on your WhatsApp. Let me bring it down to you again. I know I put it on your thing. Hold on, let me try to find it. Damn it! No, hold on. I thought I put it on there. Here we go. I'll take it from uh, Brother Muhammad. Brother Maurice's thing. Put it on your. Okay, it's right there now. So, Sister Cass and I had a really short discussion, but a very detailed discussion the other day, and I really found that what she was talking about was very much on point in regard to America and where it's going, how it's going, why it's going, and what will happen in the end. And in that video, you're talking about the rise and falls of empire. So nothing is being made or done in regard to black people's influences. They're not talking about the Chinese empire, even though they did all of their empires then. Those were black empires. Okay, without going into detail, this should be known by now. Our history is being covered up. So the idea is that when you're looking at the economic downturns and what have you in America that has happened, the 2008 housing market crash, the 1998 stock market crash, the 1929 stock market crash, uh, in the 40s they had another crash that led to President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who led and misled America into that Second World War, really brought about change on an economic scale that put the dollar as a reserve currency. But sooner than later, I think it was in the 30s that America went bankrupt in regard to its gold reserve and cut that out and called in all of the gold reserve. And they did that in 1970s again with Nixon. And the idea is that our currency has been um, operating in a vacuum based on good faith. So, Sister Cassie, if you can, please come on in so we can talk about that. I don't want to step on our new cat. Where the heck are you at, Kitty? Oh, here you go. Okay. So I don't want to step on her. But the overall gist of that is where are we economically speaking? Politically speaking, we know we have the Republican Party, we have the Democratic Party, and the Republican Party just won a landslide in respect to Trump getting in office, his second time in office. Without going into too much detail, I want to say that he was already the president even during the time of Biden. So if you ever look at the real Biden and look at the fake Biden, you know he was that guy that was wearing a mask and that his term in office was really fake. If you look at the Brunson case in the U.S. Supreme Court, they declared Trump as the official winner in the 2020 election because there's no goddamn way in the world that Biden, who never campaigned, won 84 million votes. Obama in 2000 and what was it? 2008 and 2000 and let me see, 2000 oh shit, yeah, 2008 and go to 2012. He won like 60 plus million votes. How in the hell does a guy who doesn't even look well and be well and never campaign do more and have more votes than Obama, who's very popular? So something went wrong. Something had to happen, and all of those conspiracy theories about the election, about Trump, and about would prove to be correct. There was corruption, and to be honest with you, I really feel that um, that Biden was not the president, that Trump has been the president all the time, and that through his current win, we're looking at a seismic shift in not only the American economy in regard to natural and gas, I'm going to get to that in a few, but also worldwide and what that means and how that positions America once again as a financial force to be reckoned with. And there is nothing that can be done about it from what I can see. Because if you look at it, um, BlackRock and other entities that have gone from the beginning of their infancy with $5 million capital in 1986 and 1998 and I'm sorry, 1996 through 98, it grew to $1.1 trillion. From 1998 to 2008, it grew to $12 trillion. How? Why? Where? You don't get that kind of goddamn truth growth to be truthful without cheating. So when you got trillions of dollars behind you, and you coming into a country with that kind of loot, that kind of money, that kind of power, that speaks volume. All right. So with all of that being said, there's a lot of cheating going on with BlackRock and Larry Fink and the guys or and the boys. And once again, they're setting it up because now, from what I've read, BlackRock has invested $9 trillion into Bitcoin. Something is amiss. It's looking good for them, but it's not going to be looking good for the general populace. It might be looking good for a lot of people who are investing in Bitcoin, XRP, XLM, XDC, and other coins that I'm going to be talking about. In particular, if you're still here, Sister Cassie, another opportunity that I found. So without further ado, I'm going to go on to the next video, and we're going to be right back.
Squarespace for sponsoring this video. Stick around till the end to learn more. Now, onto the video. Cryptocurrency. If you've been online for any amount of time in the past few years, you've heard a thing or two about this thing. Decentralized digital currency. Decentralized means it's not regulated or validated through a governing body or bank, and digital means, yeah. But the one argument I see most often in defense of it, the core argument for why cryptocurrency really matters, just never made any sense to me. It's the idea
Hold
that
on. I gotta. Okay. Let me send that link to my sister, to Kathy, and hold on. We'll get right back to that. I don't know what's going on. What went on with that one, Sister Cassie? I don't know, but let me see. Okay. Oh, see. Okay. I got you. I got you. Okay. Where are you at? Let's see. Gee, all right. Hold on. Is that you right here, or right? I think that's you. Right? Oh shit. Let me see. I'm gonna have to tag it on. Is that you, Cassie? Sister Cass? Hold on. Damn it. I, I think that's you, right? Is that you? All right, and then, cheap, cheap. Oh, with the S. Okay. Yeah, I got it like that. Okay. Well, let me check. Wow, hold on. Let me check. Sorry for the inconvenience. Cassandra Chick, no ad. Okay. Cassandra. Okay, I'll find it. I'm calling you. Yeah. Uh, I, uh, I can, damn it. Uh, damn it. I know I got you as a friend. Hold on. I don't want to go too far away from the show. Uh, hold on. Let me, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me copy this again. Let's see what happens. Try it again, Sister Cass. Try it again. Okay. I'm sorry for the interruption here, so we'll be right back to it. And so, um, let me go right back to that one, and then we'll start it up again.
This video. Stick around till the end to learn more. Now, onto the video. Cryptocurrency. If you've been online for any amount of time in the past few years, you've heard a thing or two about this thing. Decentralized digital currency. Decentralized means it's not regulated or validated through a governing body or bank, and digital means, yeah. But the one argument I see most often in defense of it, the core argument for why cryptocurrency really matters, just never made any sense to me. It's the idea that crypto will one day replace government backed fiat currency. We'll stop using this and we'll start using this to trade, engage in commerce, and the US dollar will just be thrown out. Who cares anymore? So, the first thing you'll hear in this argument is that real money isn't real. It's fake. It's backed by nothing. Once we left the gold standard, money is just a fictitious number given to work. The only reason that a dollar is worth a dollar is because the government said so. And businesses use that to manipulate the stuffs. In the case of a digital asset, ones whose value is derived from the people themselves rather than a large governing shady institution, it can have more validity than this. Money isn't fake. Just because it's not based on gold doesn't mean it's not based on something. Now, any currency, since we left the bartering system, has to be based on work. Work is a measure of time plus effort, generally in regards to producing a good or providing a service. Granted, a lot of money is earned by individuals who aren't providing that time or effort, but the money's innate value is still derivative of that. The work element is important, but the reason we even associate work with these pieces of paper is also important. This is backed by a government who does have tangible means to, well, back it up. Let's take the United States of America, because of course, that's what I'm going to bring up. The dollar, while it doesn't equate to a specific amount of gold anymore, still does have some correlation to a real world value. You could argue that the dollar is a fractional representation of the total United States GDP, the value of all services and goods provided within and by the country. When viewed individually, it has no value, but within the context of that group, it does. On the other hand, cryptocurrency's value is derived from nothing. It's unlocked through meaningless computations that don't have any correlation with work or any basis beyond creating cryptocurrency. I know the argument is that, well, we give it value. We decide, the people. For a while, it was believed that instability in the government, or especially inflation, would correlate with a higher price in cryptocurrencies. People would want to transition their assets into something that would be fundamentally not tied to this. And I'll admit, for a while, I believed crypto would have this function, but no. Inflation rates are still really high, and crypto is just, yeah. Many have said once cryptocurrency stabilizes, then it can be used as a proper means of transactions. Like it won't be jumping around this much, but that may never happen. See, it would require that the equivalent of trillions of US dollars were being spent by people using just a single cryptocurrency on actual goods, not speculative markets. And that can't happen, unless it's already stable, because businesses won't accept a speculative coin. It won't be used for trading because it's not stable, and it won't be stable because it's not used for trading. It's a catch-22. Companies that have vested interest in these coins will allow users, even today, to buy stuff with them because they expect it could increase in value, and then they can sell it for real money. These specific use cases is more about taking advantage of the situation than actually making this a new currency.
Hold on.
Descubre el email de GoDaddy con Microsoft 365. Da una imagen más profesional con...
Some argue the decentralized nature of crypto means it's no longer susceptible to manipulation like government-backed fiat currency, but it still is, even more so, because no regulations exist. Some entities do have more control over this market than just the people. In early March 2020, it seemed possible Bitcoin could hit zero. And it may have, but major trading sites stopped transactions at a rather convenient time. A lot of problems are just because it is a decentralized currency. Okay, so here's an example. Remember when old Elon Musk said he would accept bitcoins for Tesla? Well, we know he had a large stash of bitcoins already. After he dropped the news, the value of the coin shoots up. He sells them all and then announces they won't accept Bitcoin anymore. The price falls, he buys back in. And remember when he said Dogecoin was great?
Listen.
And it shot up in value. Well, Dogecoin isn't even a real cryptocurrency. I mean, it's a joke based off real cryptocurrency. It can be infinitely reproduced, so it has actually no value. But if people buy it up faster than it's mined, then its value increases. Elon Musk knows this, so he bought a lot of Dogecoin, values goes up, and then sell. Repeat this cycle and make profit. Now, if these were stocks, this would be incredibly illegal and get Musk in deep shit with the SEC. But coins aren't protected. Again, they're decentralized. So market manipulation is super easy. And that's what happened. Since I know people will mention this in the comments, I will talk about what if the United States and all governments collapsed due to some horrific apocalyptic situation. In this scenario, crypto would be ideal, right? Well, if society did collapse in this function, it'd be pretty unlikely that internet and electricity services are still running or reliable. I mean, even in the case of a mass blackout, having a fully digital currency with no real world backing does sound like a bad idea. If hyperinflation were to take place, yeah, it's a great idea to transfer your money into that crypto, but then trade it back to a government-backed stable currency. I know crypto has made a lot of people a lot of money. I used to trade it quite a bit, but I don't have any grand illusions about this stuff. Nowadays, it's getting gross with all the crypto bros and the ads. People might tell you this is disruptive tech, but that's exactly what people that want to make money will say about something. It's not that all of this needs to be used in a awful way, but more often than not, it is. A speculative market requires that more people get involved. In any normal business opportunity, you're not going to have random people screaming at you about how great this is. They want you to be the one that puts money in and loses it when it all comes crashing down. The utopian ideals of this stuff, it's not realistic. It's based on a fallacy, a common misconception about the nature of money. It's all about speculation. It's about making money without really making anything. Squarespace gives people a powerful and
Hold on.
beautiful online platform from which to create your own website. Connect with your audience and generate revenue through gated members-only content. Manage your
Oh,
members,
okay.
send
So
email
that's the wrap.
communications,
Hold
and
on.
leverage.
Yeah, he's concluding, but that's pretty much the wrap. Hold on. Hey, Sister Cassie, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on?
You got it. You got it. And now look what has happened. I'm going to show a lot of videos that are negative towards crypto, and then I'm going to wrap it up with all of the ones that are for crypto. So I'm going to let the people, instead of me, well, it's not good, it's not bad, it's not. I'm gonna put all of the information on the table.
Well, if you want to make a little money, it's up to
Oh, I'm
you.
gonna make some money. I made some money. I made some money.
Exactly. I keep telling them if they want to make some money, they'll join. If they don't, they
No,
don't.
no,
It's
they
okay.
don't. Right, it is. And
You
you
got
see
your
how,
money, put it in and make your money and pull it out. That's all. What's
right,
what's the harm?
don't get upset. How does that expression go? Don't hate the player, don't hate the
That's,
game.
hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. Exactly.
No, don't even hate the game. Be a part of the game. Shit.
Exactly. If you want to make a little money, put some money in there, make your little bread,
Yeah,
and then pull it out. That's all.
yes, man. Well,
I mean, you can't lose right now, I just wish I had
no,
a thing
baby,
a
baby,
while
baby.
ago and I pulled it out because I thought it was gonna crash. I wish I had
Mhm.
left it here because I had Ethereum too and
Okay,
pulled it out.
okay. Well, you ain't seen nothing yet. Come Monday,
I'm
Tuesday,
ready.
Wednesday, Thursday,
Okay.
Friday. By the end of Friday, I wouldn't be surprised if XRP is $100.
Hey,
Bait,
go ahead.
bait,
Go
bait.
for it.
You're gonna,
Go for it.
yeah, and it's gonna.
I'm
The
loving
thing
it.
is,
I'm loving it. Let it go. Let
right,
it rip. Let it rip.
right. So hell,
Whoever is not into it, they're gonna lose. Period.
it's gonna be insane.
That's right.
But hold on, I'm gonna let me play out the bad news, and then we'll play this one out because this one is 15 minutes, and somewhere along the line I might stop it and talk about it. And then we're gonna get into your comment about America and the previous empire that have fallen, and our little discussion that we had. All right. So
Mhm.
hold on. All right.
This video is brought to you by Anvil Vault Breakers. Stick around to hear more about the video.
Hold on.
Okay, today I want to talk about the greatest financial scam in human history, which is cryptocurrency. The reason for this video is pretty simple, but it also requires a little bit of context. I have been trading cryptocurrency since early to mid 2013-ish. I was in college at the time, and I firmly believed that the technology on display had the potential to revolutionize multiple industries worldwide. I was the kid in class that wouldn't stop talking about Bitcoin back then. I still believe that even now, the technology bit that is, but the reality of what cryptocurrency has become is honestly sickening. Crypto is now a global atrocity that is being promoted in various different forms by everyone from Hollywood celebrities to multi-billion-dollar companies during the Super Bowl. Adaptations of cryptocurrency are being advertised as the solution to worldwide poverty or the next phase of global banking. Some of the more conservative claims, like applications in medicine, might be true, or the potential for a distributed immutable ledger to redefine accounting, for example, but the broader cryptocurrency space has become a horrifying example of wealth redistribution in a way that radically contradicts current public perception. When I say wealth redistribution, almost everyone watching this will think of it in one particular direction. They think of the political definition. Individuals with high net asset worth are having those assets redistributed to peers with a lower amount. That is usually the most common perception of the term. In crypto, there is an image of sorts, and that image, for some reason, has become rather mainstream. The image is of opportunity, accessible fortunes, that kind of stuff. It is an image of wealth redistribution and upward mobility. But the reality of crypto is that our common perception is actually completely backwards. Cryptocurrency is a wealth redistribution mechanism that takes from the poor and gives to the rich. There are obviously exceptions here. That claim is not, strictly speaking, universally true, but the exception proves the rule. Today, I would like to make the claim that Bitcoin, Ethereum, and many thousands of other crypto projects are a mechanism that has done far more harm than good and extracted trillions of dollars from average citizens around the globe. More and more, I've been seeing articles, blog posts, commercials, and promos for crypto. Buy it here, trade it there, don't miss the bus, try this card to the moon, etc., etc. But alongside this kind of standard FOMO generation tactic, there is something far more sinister. Layered inside the central idea that can alleviate global poverty. This idea is replicated all over now, often emulated by some of the richest influential people alive, but this idea is a lie. Okay, before going any further, it's time for today's sponsor, and this time it's a video game. Now, the ratio of game sponsors that I get versus the ones I actually accept is probably about 10 to 1. Most of those games are pay to win, mobile titles, or NFT crypto stuff, so it's a no-brainer. But today I want to talk about Anvil Vault Breakers. First thing to say, this game is extremely difficult. For me, that's a pretty big positive, but keep it in mind for everyone else. Anvil is a roguelike top-down action game where you play as one of 12 different vault breakers and progress through action-packed alien galaxies. The game supports co-op between Xbox and Steam and features randomized loot to buy randomized upgrades, building an ever-expanding arsenal of skills and gear. It is currently in early access with a new
Hold on, we're talking about this stupid game, but it goes right back to, it's not a commercial. So we get right back to the crypto conversation.
A great deal of fun with this title, which may be a function of my natural affinity for top-down ARPGs, roguelikes, and difficult games, but all things considered, it's a sponsor I'm happy to accept. The game has a definite grind to it. Progress is reset when new seasons launch, and there's a clear stratification in gameplay where meta mechanics are by far superior, but I find myself enjoying it very much, and thus, again, happy to accept the sponsor. If you want to check it out on Steam, there's a link down below in the description. Keep in mind, it is an early access title that can also be found on Xbox Game Pass. Big thank you to Anvil for sponsoring the channel.
This Black Friday, you're going to be seeing so many ads on things to buy at a discount. This video is a warning.
First thing to examine, as we really get started, is the absolute explosion of ICOs. An ICO, also known as initial coin offering, is basically the same thing as an IPO, initial public offering. People execute trade on public stock markets. These two mechanisms of raising capital are virtually identical in concept, save one key factor. ICOs are totally and completely unregulated. During 2017 and 2018, there was a massive surge in the number of companies that decided to list these types of tokens. And in the years afterward, we were able to see in real time just how catastrophic the crypto world has become. Let's take an example here. This is Substratum. Substratum was originally intended to be a decentralized internet. Their goal was to mitigate the world of net neutrality and online censorship, but Substratum was responsible for the destruction of over $1 billion. In early 2018, the price began to skyrocket as capital poured into the entire crypto market, and on January 8th, it hit a peak price at nearly $3 per token. But immediately after, the price came tumbling back down, and now sits at a fraction of a penny. Take the apex price tag for Substratum and multiply it by the circulating supply, you get $1.1 billion. This might not be a perfect figure owing to the fact that a circulating supply can fluctuate, but from its peak, Substratum has destroyed over $1 billion in value because those tokens, they still exist. Many people who bought in, whatever their cost basis might have been, are now stuck with a token that is worthless and, mostly speaking, untradeable, since it was delisted from almost every single exchange on the entire market. Substratum was a mechanism whereby investors bought Bitcoin, fiat currency, and then exchanged that Bitcoin for Substratum, which then centralized a large portion of Bitcoin, while Substratum eventually became nothing more than digital waste. ICOs effectively do or did one of two things. Either A, they centralized Bitcoin, or Ethereum, or whatever exchange token was used to make the purchase, or B, usually both, they wiped out value for investors. Here's another example. DentaCoin. DentaCoin was supposed to revolutionize the entire dental industry, and you'll see that there's a common theme here where they'll just pick up the real estate market, the medical, marijuana market, anything, literally any other industry, and say that blockchain is going to revolutionize it, and then they do an ICO. But so Dentacoin, soon after launch, it began trading at heights of 0.005, right? So half a penny. That might seem small, but we also need to realize that there are over 500 billion Dentacoins in circulation, with 7 trillion in total supply. If you multiply the peak US dollar price tag by the circulating supply, you get 2.5 billion. Between Dentacoin and Substratum, just 2 projects, from their all-time high, that is $3.6 billion in value wiped out. Now, this is an imperfect summary because there's actually a lot more that goes into the calculation of how much money was truly lost, but hopefully it's starting to make sense that the ICO boom has some bad investment propositions. However, we need to expand on that because any market has some bad investments, and that doesn't necessarily reflect on the entire space. Well, for crypto, it kind of does. According to a machine learning analysis in October of 2021, all of this research will be linked down below for reference, by the way, in the description. When analyzing comprehensive data for 305 ICO projects as a sample size, 47% of them were dead. Now, when I say dead, I mean that they were classified as a scam by the organization because their communication had ceased and the token had been delisted from future platforms. That is nearly half of their sample size, resulting in a total loss for investors. Furthermore, this study was only able to get ICO documents based on a previous study which focused on, quote, successful projects, which was defined as an ICO that raised in excess of $1 million. That particular study was aimed at the investor side of things, which would actually stack the deck in favor of projects deemed to be more legitimate. For our purpose, that makes it even more damning. Half of the projects measured deemed to be successful projects by investors raising in excess of $1 million each are now dead, which means 150 million bare minimum in flat out losses just from this tiny little sample size. But the reality is actually far, far worse. According to data from Deloitte Insights, a business analytics firm, only 8% of all open source blockchain projects were still active in 2020. Active is defined as an update in the past 6 months by them. And according to Wall Street Journal research, out of 1,450 ICO reports, 271 contained fraud and or phishing. There were missing or falsified executive teams, dead-end contact forms, and a myriad of other warning signs that would seem to reinforce the idea that these ICOs on a general industry-wide level were and are a disaster. So why does this matter, and how does it indicate that cryptocurrency is the greatest financial scam in history? All alone, it doesn't necessarily, but in combination with a few other specific realizations, it might. The next thing we need to look at is the Gini coefficient. This is where I'll need to summarize rather than go in depth, but again, sources are all linked down below. The Gini coefficient, or Gini index, is a tool for measuring income and wealth inequality across a population. On a scale of 0, 0 being every person earns and has exactly the same amount of money, and 1, where there is absolute inequality, as in one person earns and has 100% of the money, while everyone else has 0, it is used to show relative wage and wealth gaps in different countries. For example, in 2022, various South African countries had Gini coefficients of 0.6 or 0.5. These are the areas with the most unequal wealth distribution.
Hold on.
On the planet. But let's go even further. In North Korea, a totalitarian dictatorship which runs on a command economy and has wealth distribution so extreme there is modern day serfdom, the Gini coefficient is estimated to be about 0.86. This is very rough data based on testimony from about 700 refugees, and it refers to 2003, by the way, so take that for what you will. It's hard to get any legitimate data out of North Korea in the first place. But that is by far the most extreme example of wealth inequality in any nation on Earth. As a final example, the United States is at about 0.4 on the scale. It is often regarded as an extreme example of income and wealth inequality on the global stage. 0.4 is much more reasonable, however, than 0.86. Keep in mind that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is being heralded as a method of alleviating global poverty, and is widely regarded by the public as a disruptive force in the global financial system that will radically alter or even cure wealth and income inequality. Also keep in mind that the command economy of North Korea, with modern serfdom as a result, has a Gini coefficient of around 0.86. According to all of the data I could find, preprint studies, peer-reviewed studies, business analytics, and university papers, Bitcoin has a fluctuating Gini index rating of roughly 0.8, while Ethereum has a Gini index rating, on average, above 0.9. ICO tokens, they're even worse, though a consensus is not easy to find, and nearly every single source has different data. But even among the whales of the cryptocurrency space, there is an incredibly unequal distribution. This means one thing and one thing only. Widespread adoption of networks, tokens, on the blockchain as it stands today simply stratifies the population further on a wealth inequality basis, which is the antithesis of popular analysis having. The greater the value of the crypto asset, the greater the gap between rich and rich, even beyond the threshold of 420 dictatorships and rich capital. Financial exploitation has existed since the inception of money itself, but cryptocurrency is almost nearly purpose-built to exacerbate those problems. Decentralization is a selling point of technology, yet companies centralize tokens every single day and execute the exact same financial manipulation as traditional markets. Is there a difference? Yes, but that difference is accountability and tax avoidance. Cryptocurrency takes all the worst things about modern finance and just reinforces them, while somehow tricking the population into thinking it is the opposite of reality. Once in a while, one of the Ponzi schemes or con rings will fly too close to the sun and get burned, like Icarus, but most of them operate with complete protection as the stratification of wealth is accelerated. Also, Icarus had his wings melted off, he didn't necessarily get burned, but it's the same type of thing. They go too close to the sun and they fall as a result. Trillions of dollars have been lost crypto so far in a direction that completely contradicts the public image of the industry, and yet people don't seem to be prepared. In a 2017 study, half of transactions attributed to meteoric clouds came from one single entity on one single exchange. Researchers openly stated that these transactions were so far outside the realm of regular trading patterns, it was inconceivable that there was any other explanation except market manipulation. These transactions were made with a stablecoin called Tether. And Tether has been outed as a less than reputable and anything but stable company. First, it was claimed that Tether kept 1-to-1, $1 for every coin. Then it came out that only 74% of their currency was actually backed. Then eventually, and most recently, it was acknowledged that only 3% is backed by actual dollars. The rest is backed by cash equivalents, which is a fancy way of saying not actual money. They also refused, full stop, to allow third-party auditing of their books and systems in any capacity. This is a black box in the crypto world where one company chooses how and when to print an unlimited amount of tokens, which are then being used to blatantly manipulate the market. Finally, it has begun to gain attention, but Tether is effectively the central bank of cryptocurrency. You know, the financial tech that is supposed to revolutionize the industry by avoiding the centralized banking. Yeah, that one. Over 70% of all Bitcoin transactions utilize Tether, but Tether can't actually back up its currency in a pinch, and it quite literally says in their terms of service that they have no obligation whatsoever to redeem any of their Tether tokens for cash. Basically, there are now $78 billion of unbacked currency serving as a centralized bank for crypto, one company, as the technology facilitates all of the worst financial behavior ready for all this occur, and exacerbates income inequality, in particular, to an extreme beyond anything else on planet Earth. Cryptocurrency is a funnel, and ultimately there can never be a positive result in the current market reality. Cryptocurrency is the greatest financial scam in human history, and it's only getting worse. For some people, it's an incredible opportunity, and there are a very, very small, limited number of legitimate projects that utilize the technology. But for the vast majority of all of those involved, it's a terrible thing to be trapped up in, and should not be engaged with. Like I said, I've been watching and learning about the space since around 2013. I even recently had a friend over who is far more optimistic on the subject than I am, and we had some great conversations. We really did, and I understand why he thinks that. But my view is that the wider crypto industry is a severely dangerous, extremely detrimental investment. Borderline, it's just a giant scheme, and should be avoided in nearly all circumstances. That's it. If you want to support, there are links down below, primarily Patreon and Locals. I'm trying to diversify away from ad revenue on YouTube. Also Odyssey, which is just a YouTube platform alternative where all my content is found. There's another YouTuber to check out as well. Merchandise, social media, sponsor as well. There's a Steam link, etc., etc. But I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching, and have a nice night.
All right, Sister Kat, you still here? Hold on.
Yep.
What do you think? Hold on, let me get out of here first. Then you stop the, get out of here. Okay. So, based on what you heard so far, and the video detailing the rise and falls of different empires or nations and countries. What do you think is really going, and where are we going as a nation?
I believe right now as a nation, um, we are literally in inflation, and we're fighting for our lives right now. They're not telling you truth. They're not telling you, hey, we're in inflation. They're making things look like it's normal or going back to normal, and it's
Hmm.
not. I mean, I enjoy the crypto myself. Looking at it, go up and down, and then you go up. And I mean, I'm gonna just say what I started off. I have more than what I had. You know what I'm saying? So my
Right.
thing is, I understand what he's saying, but in the meantime, I'm gonna make what I can, pull out, like I told you, make it, pull it out, make it and pull it out. And did that last time. I bought so much silver. I'm just saying, you have to take advantage of this. You can't just sit there and listen to somebody. And I guarantee you, he probably has a little crypto. He's not gonna see it growing and not do anything with it. So don't let people talk you out of what you're trying to do. Your
Right.
focus, what you're trying to do. I am going to make as much as I can right now, and I'm gonna keep pulling out, and you know what I'm saying. But no, I'm not gonna stop because of what he just said. And like I
Right.
said, I think America's done. I think we are struggling right now. The Pope, not the Pope, but Putin said something real weird the other day, and he said something about Trump needs to be careful because he's got a couple months before he makes it into office. So that to me is, he must see something we don't see. People fail to realize that those Democrats are not going to give up that power without without any hiccups. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
Trump still needs to be careful because they've tried to do something to him, what, 2 or 3 times already?
Right.
But I do believe that those Democrats are not going to let go quietly. They're gonna act like it because they did say, well, we're gonna make this transition as easy as possible. That right there, your ears need to go up because how they speak one thing and they do something totally different. So I
Right.
think we're in trouble. I think we're in trouble. And I rest.
You made a very good salient point when we had that little conversation before the show. Well, a day or so before the show,
Mhm.
and I was very moved by that. But you were saying that as a people within a nation, or a nation within a nation, as a people, as Black people, you were saying that it's very important to be aware not only what is happening within the framework of your own family, but also as a people, as a congregate.
Right.
And I found it to be very apropos as to what is going on because a lot of people, at least our people, are not as aware as you and I. I'm not saying I'm an expert on crypto. I'm an expert in stocks and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But I'm very much aware of where I am and where I want to be and
Mhm.
what vehicles I want to use. There's only 3 vehicles you can use to
Yeah.
make money: real
Right.
estate,
Right.
stock market,
Right.
and starting a business or a product with a product or service that people
Mhm.
need or want.
Right.
So, with that being said, in what direction, as a nation within a nation, is the African American or Black people are going?
I think right now, I see more Black businesses opening up. And there is a project, the Black Project 2025. I think you guys need to check
Right?
out
Yeah.
because I see more and more Black-owned businesses opening up. So I do think that there's hope. I think that things are changing the tide. Okay, and I do believe that I always say that Africa is now, but I do see a lot of more Black-owned businesses opening up right now, which is a
Mhm.
great thing because we're doing it. We're finally doing it. But let's not get so hung up on a lot of times Black folk don't want to move, when the opportunity is, presents itself. If,
Right.
if if white folk don't tell you to move and take it, you don't want to take it. You'll sit there and you'll, constantly, be like, well, no, because, Isaiah told me, or no, Cassie told me, or no, Maurice told me. So my thing is we have to start listening to each other because they're not going to tell you anything until it's too late. They made
Yeah.
all the money. You know what I'm saying? So why would they tell you anything now? They're going to wait until they make the money. Then they'll tell you after it's too late. So we have to be very careful. But I want us Black folk to get to the place where we are investing and we are checking out different avenues and real estate too. For instance, go and rent out an apartment and Airbnb it or rent a room. Yeah, or you can, rent a house and you can rent it out to inmates that's coming out of prison. There's so many things that we can do right now to make money. I think we should be looking into some of those avenues just to make extra income right now. Don't ever just depend on a job. And that's what Black folk do. They getting their little McDonald's jobs and they're getting their little whatever kind of jobs right now. But it's not enough. You should have more than one income.
Right. Well, I agree with that one. But Elias, what's going on, man?
Peace to the panel. Peace to the panel. Peace, brother Isaiah. Peace,
How you
brother
doing? How you doing?
This is Sister Cassie. Sister Cassie, this is Elias.
Sister Cassie.
Nice to meet you.
Call you?
Cassie, you can call me Cassie. Yeah.
Cassie, okay.
Huh?
Pleased to meet you, sweetie. Peace.
You also.
Yeah. You can continue. I'm listening, and if you got a question, then throw it at me.
Well, you kind of late as usual.
Man,
They better late than never, huh?
He used to start. No, he used to start.
He on that color people time. We say 8 o'clock. They be like, "Oh, you mean 9 o'clock?" No. 8 o'clock means 8 o'clock. No, I was just playing with you.
Yeah.
You know.
And we on a time difference, so.
Yeah.
So
All
what's
right, but so we're talking about crypto. We're talking about the influences that a lot of people are coming into the market because BlackRock, believe it or not, Sister Cassie and Brother Elias, had just invested $9 trillion into Bitcoin.
Wow. Bitcoin or Bitcoin
$9
or
trillion. No, Bitcoin.
Wow.
If we ain't being set up, I don't know what is. Let me share this with you. BlackRock started with $5 million in 1985, 86, somewhere around, with 4 white guys, whatever. Come 1998, before the stock market crash, it had a value asset under management of 1.2 trillion. Fast forward to 2008, it was sitting on $12 trillion. Now, with a $9 trillion investment into Bitcoin or wherever else, it's making me think, because there's no damn way that a money management fund or growth fund can start with $5 million and end up with $12 million in 2012. So they were a part of the juice manufacturing company that had killed a lot of people. You know what I'm talking about? The VAC. And they were behind that. Then
juice?
The VAC.
What is that?
Well, the juice that you take. Juice.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah. And because I can't say it without YouTube being on me. And then you have the housing market crash. They made money going up the market, and then when it crashed, they made money going down the market, and they recuperated a whole hell of a lot, trillions of dollars more, on the pain and suffering of a lot of people who not only died from a heart attack and sadness and losing their financial wealth as far as their money and house is concerned, because a lot of that wealth was tied up in their home, but they just lost their mind, and a lot of them committed suicide, committed murder, committed all kinds of things, and end up with just bad credit. So now fast forward to 2025, going into 2024, going into 2025, we're now looking at a $9 trillion investment by BlackRock into BTC. So what does that mean? As far as I'm concerned, they're looking at another growth of at least $50 trillion under management, not even counting that's going up the market. Now, when the Bitcoin crashes, will they make money? I believe so. Now, based on the video that I played already, they're talking about Bitcoin is a scam and all the other ones that went before it, like DentaCoin and some other ones, they didn't last long, and a lot of people got burnt. So, and the thing is, it's not regulated. One salient point I would made in the video previous to the one I just did was Elon Musk getting on the horse of Doge or Dogecoin or Dogecoin and rode it up to about 64 cents. When he rode up, he sold out. He bought low at about 3 cents or whatever it was and sold out at 64 cents and then left everybody behind and said, well, I'm not going to fuck with Dogecoin anymore, Dogecoin. And everybody
Sounds like,
just
but
started.
that sounds like that's what they're doing again. That's what sounds like they're doing again with
Exactly,
Bitcoin.
exactly.
They
Sister Cat.
don't. There's nothing new under the sun with these people. They always do the same stuff over and over because it's been working, and people are not catching on to them. And it's time for you to understand: when they sell, you sell. When they buy, you buy.
Right.
Period.
And when they show you who they are, it's too late
Exactly.
then.
You believe them. You
You
believe
don't
them.
lost your,
Seriously.
huh?
Hey,
I said when they show you who they are, you believe them.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Hey.
what were you gonna say? I mean, Elias?
Brother Isaiah, I sent you a link in the chat, and
Hold on.
this is
Okay.
and remember the before 47 left office when he was 45,
Right.
he merged the Treasury, the Fed into the Treasury.
Right.
He got rid of Powell, and then look at that link, and then just read the first 2 or 3 lines, if you will.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
This is under the banner of presidency.ucsb.edu. And it says Executive Order 13818, blocking the property of persons involved in serious human rights abuse or corruption. And it says December the 20th, 2017. This was when he was in office, President Trump. He said, by authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, including the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, 50 U.S.C., the IEEPA, National Emergencies Act, the NEA, and the Global Magnitsky, I guess I'm pronouncing that correctly, Human Rights Accountability Act of the Immigration Nationality Act, do hereby say that I, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, find that the prevalence of and severity of human rights abuse and corruption that have their source in whole or in substantial part outside of the United States, such as those committed or directed by persons listed in the annex to this order, have reached in such scope and gravity that they threaten the stability of international political and economic systems. Human rights abuse and corruption undermine the values that form an essential foundation of stable, secure, and functioning society, have devastating impacts on individual, weaken democratic institutions, degrade the rule of law, perpetuate violent conflict, facilitate the activity of dangerous persons, and undermine economic markets. The United States seeks to impose tangible and significant consequences on those who commit serious human rights abuse or engage in corruption, as well as to protect the financial system of the United States from abuse by the same person. That's interesting. That's all under. I heard of the 3818 executive order, but I didn't know it was pertaining to that. I thought it might have been something else. That's a good one. So, what do you think about that? How does that apply to what is going on with BlackRock and Fauci and Bill Gates and all of that?
Basically, what that's saying, and if anybody has a different way of looking at it, is basically saying that those who are rich and got it illicitly are going to have all their assets seized. Most of them already have, and is just sitting waiting for the official inauguration date of January 20th, 2025 to be exacted. So with that said, what I'm saying is have Sister Cassie, have you ever heard of a guy named Robert David Steele?
I have.
Okay. he said that there's $300 trillion that can be seized from Wall Street. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Wall Street, Hollywood, and one more entity. I don't remember which one it was. And possibly with Wall Street, it might be 200 million because of naked short selling. So
let me ask you a question with that one. How can he do that without impacting himself?
who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? You talking about Trump or Robert Davis?
Yeah. I'm talking about Trump. Is that a law that he just wrote, right?
Well, remember when he debated Miss Clinton, he told her, well, you could have changed this 20 years ago. And she said, well, how do you know we didn't change? He said, because I use it. You remember that?
I remember that. I remember that.
Okay,
Do you think Trump is sovereign? Do you think he's a sovereign?
If I think he's a what?
Sovereign citizen.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely a sovereign.
Okay, that's why a lot of stuff that they're trying is not working on him.
Oh, of course. You see how fast they dropped the DOJ the day he got elected. The DOJ dropped all
the charges. Yep.
Correct.
Yep.
So,
all the charges. And
this
when
is
he
the show, and I've been telling Isaiah this since I've known him. If you were into the queue and the queue drops and all that other stuff, they used to. If they had 4,000 drops, they probably ended 300 of them with "enjoy the show." This is a show.
Yeah.
So when you couple that with what I just sent to the brother and some of the other things we both said and some of the things Isaiah said before I even came on, then, you know, you can see it's a show. And part of the sideshow is this Diddy stuff and all these celebrities being exposed to being pedos and all that other stuff because they're included in that too. Remember, some of them are billionaires.
Exactly. Like Oprah, for instance, she's going down.
Okay.
A whole lot of Oprah and a couple others that they've been investigating. She's next on the list to come down. And see, people don't understand. What about that man that was trafficking those kids, the white guy, the two white guys? No, it's Abercrombie. I'm probably saying it wrong.
Abercrombie.
Yes. They were doing a whole lot of trafficking, right? So they let him out of jail, but didn't let Diddy out of jail. Come on, you know. That's all staged. All of it staged. Exactly. They're letting them black folk know that guess what? Thank you for allowing me to use you against your own. Now we're gonna take it from you. Jay-Z is coming next. I believe him, Diddy, Jay-Z, all of them coming up. Their cards are coming due. You know, the notes is coming due now. And people have to understand when you mess with dogs, you come up with fleas. And that's exactly what's going on right now. They've allowed them to distract their own. They've used them against their own, and now they're gonna tear up the toys because that's what they do. They use you, then when they get done, look at Bill Cosby. They used him for years against his own, and then turned around and killed his son and did some other things. Now you know, and put him in jail. Now they're talking about bringing more charges up against him. But this is what they do. So just people ought to keep in mind when they offer you a deal, it's not a deal. You're gonna go down at the end when they get done with you. And I rest.
Facts. Well, brother,
yeah.
Well, we got to keep it up ourselves.
Well, you guys are gonna have to excuse me because I'm eating right now. I don't want y'all seeing me snacking my food.
You just go right ahead and enjoy your meal.
enjoy, brother. Pass me some when you finish.
All right, well, hold on.
Don't want no bones either.
We're having some Dominican style food.
Okay, mofongo.
Fried cheese cut out like in squares and this banana thing.
Okay, enjoy, brother.
You said banana thing.
Yeah.
Y'all got some rice over there too.
No, yeah, we got we got rice. We the rice.
Oh man.
It's rice every day. Rice and beans and rice, rice, chicken and rice.
I love rice.
Yeah, rice every day. I'm like, God damn, when I first got here, I was like that, I don't want to eat that much rice.
Every day.
Hey, brother Isaiah, when you was talking about the what's the name of the entity we were talking about that got this started? BlackRock.
BlackRock.
when we were talking about BlackRock, what BlackRock sounds to me is a hedge fund / investment bank owned by private bankers, probably somewhere in London.
Yep.
And housed in Israel.
Well,
That's what
that's
that
a good
sounds
one,
like.
sir. That's a good one.
BlackRock has been around for ages, right? They've been
No,
around
on-
since.
85, 86.
no, only since 1980.
Okay, well, that's a minute. You know, that's a minute.
Well, I mean, not really, considering when Lincoln, oh, damn, look at me. When Nixon took the dollar off of the silver, being backed by silver, is when that slow train to they were trying to do this during World War I, and they couldn't get it done, so they waited till after World War II, and then they said, you know what, we're gonna have to give it some time because we just have major wars, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then they, Nixon was the one that brought it in.
Right.
So what I'm saying is they slow danced us into this, and it's now coming to a head. There was somebody I used to watch all the time that said that if you really examine the markets, the economic markets, the graph, it changes every 50 years. And
okay.
So basically, if 71 was the time for when Nixon did what he did, then we're going to be on 54 years in a few weeks. So I mean, it's not a perfect. It could be 48, it could be 53, but it's a 50. You can almost pencil in every 50 years. There's going to be a major change in the market.
But it is time for a change now, and I do believe that America is struggling really bad right about now. A lot of changes because I don't think they expected BRICS to happen. So BRICS, they got to go up against them, and BRICS is like really aiming at taking America out, and they're doing a good job now. But so I do believe that America is really suffering right about now. You go to the grocery stores, you see the high prices. I mean, super high, like almost doubling, from last year. And I do believe they're in trouble, and they're trying to remain a solid front in front of us, and they're right now struggling so bad. I think that they're trying different things, hoping that something that they try is going to work. But I believe that when you are under some other stuff, because of you've allowed other people here with open borders, you have a lot of threats going on in America. So they're really in deep dookie right now. I do believe. I do. And I believe that they're struggling right now, and they're just trying to hold a united front. But I do believe that they're kind of worried.
Well, you've seen the market rise the day he was elected, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, exponentially, not just, a 1% rise, like maybe 12, 13% the first day. So, with that said, you have to understand something. When he did that tour, when he first came in office, right before he went to Vegas and that big shootout happened where 50 people got killed in that concert, he went to, I think the first place he went was to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And he cleared that bin Salman because you got to understand, we built Saudi Arabia through funding all those sheiks with them oil fields out there. Saudi Arabia is the only country outside of the United States proper that has a printing press that prints dollars.
Okay.
Yeah. So when and then you heard recently that it had a major crazy snowstorm a few weeks ago. Are you aware of that?
I didn't know. No, where?
Okay, in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was all over the news.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, first time it happened in like probably 150 years or something like that. I don't remember the exact time, but it was a long time since it snowed there, period. I mean, it was a snowstorm. It wasn't like, an inch or two, or what have you. It was it was like a blizzard. Like, it looked crazy because it was ice covering sand.
Yeah. Wow.
Right. So what I'm saying to that is, I heard from Benjamin Fulford that the reason why they did that because they were supposed to sign on with the BRICS, and the United States harped them so that they wouldn't, because that would destroy the dollar right there.
Wow, I heard about that. I heard about that the Saudi has not signed on. They're like in the waiting room or they're
Yeah.
on the side. They've not really signed on. Okay, I got you. I got you. But I still do believe that they have allowed the BRICS too much power already. I do believe that.
They didn't allow it. China and Russia are superpowers now. You can't
Right.
stop.
Right, and I think they thought that right. I don't believe that they thought that Russia and China was going to get as headed as far as they have. They didn't understand and they didn't see it coming. When Russia and China came together, they already had their stuff together. They was already waiting on the United States to try to put sanctions on them. The sanctions didn't even work, so they had it all planned out that we're gonna do this, and this. And I think that thing took off, and America didn't even have a clue that it was going to go the way it did.
I agree.
So that's why I believe that we are in trouble, because one more false move and we're done. That dollar is done.
Now,
so they got to change it over to something else right now. They have to.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because remember when I told you that Trump merged the Fed with the Treasury?
Uh-huh.
Okay, that is going to be the undoing of the dollar and the new system, which is going to be a floating basket of currencies, wherein you buy whatever unit of currency you use in Japan, in Dubai, in London, the United States, in Australia, is going to be able to buy you a can of Coke.
Let me ask you a question. What about BRICS? What about if you put your investments now into BRICS? What about getting that dollar? And are we allowed to use that anywhere and everywhere now into BRICS? What about getting? I hear echo.
Yeah, he got his speakers on.
Okay.
Brother Muhammad, what's going on, man?
Hey, Muhammad.
Hey, peace and blessings, family. How y'all doing? Sorry I'm late.
Muhammad, peace.
We understand. We understand. So let me get you on the up and up and catch up here. We're talking about, because I had a really good but short conversation with Sister Cassie about what's going on, and I played a short video. I might want to play it again just to make sure that everybody understanding what I was looking at. But there's an element that was taken. Oh, no, I erased it already. I'm sorry. But there's an element that was missing of all of these empires. They talk about the Dutch, the French, the English in America, and Chinese one is what they were focusing in on. And the thing is, one thing that they didn't talk about was the black empire. But when you look at England and Dutch and Chinese, these are all black empires in the beginning, but changed over to these pale skins later on. But the whole emphasis of the conversation that I had with her was that are we in a death spiral, trying to save our ass with this Bitcoin, with this cryptocurrency, and with the changing of the guard from Trump to from Biden to Trump? What does that mean in the greater scheme of things on the world economic stage and platform and economies? And when the smoke clears, where will America stand? It's like we have a 1,000,000,001 chairs and only 100,000 people, and everybody want to find a chair. Now we got it to the point where there's 100,000 people. No, 100 million people. Okay, 999,999,000. So somebody's going to be out. So that the number of chairs are dwindling right now. With the four most important, no, it's how many? Britain, Russia, India, South Africa, in South America, right? That's great. Okay, and then you got the supplementary economies around the world, like Japan, like Thailand, Vietnam, like the Dutch Antilles, the whole nine, all the countries that are not that I'm not mentioning that are signing on to this new ledger and economic platform and digital currency, and how that may play a role in not only in their own economic stability and growth, but also due to world trade and how their economy, because Venezuela just went under. With Milei, I think his last name, the president. I think he's the president. No, and that's not.
Who just
That's
went
not.
under?
Huh?
Who did you say?
When, the president, some president by the name of Milei. That's not Venezuela, right?
I'm not aware.
Okay, well, whatever country it is, that country is now bankrupt. So we're looking at the largest, most important economy in the world, which is America. And the conversation I had with Sister Cassie was, in what direction are we? And are we witnessing a slow, deliberate, on purpose demolition, whereby BlackRock and other financial money managers are going to be taking advantage of the market going up with XRP, XLM, you name it, and Bitcoin, or will we see a death spiral again, and then America falls? What do you think?
That's a very good question. And I want to take it point by point. So first, I want to start off because when I came on, I was hearing the question Sister Cassie asked about Trump being sovereign,
Right.
and
Okay.
I want to start there and work my way down to what
Okay.
you just asked about. So first
Okay.
of all,
Go ahead.
we got to understand when we're talking about a person or somebody being sovereign, that means that they have absolute power. That means they have their free autonomy. If you are a sovereign citizen, America can't give you a piece of paper and tell you got to come to court because you're sovereign. You're free. You're independent of their power to tell you can't do this, you can't do that. So, one, Trump is not sovereign. Because if he was sovereign, he would have never been able to get charges placed on him, and he actually show up to court to try to fight it. That shows you right there and then that he's not sovereign. He is dependent upon the laws of this country, just like anybody else. Now, the reason that these cases are going away now, because now he's president. The Supreme Court just passed a law saying that presidents cannot be tried when they do something that is in for the good of the country. So he's not going to be tried on anything. The only way that they're going to try him is they're going to have to try again to get him convicted in the Senate. That's the only any type of justice or any hearing that will be applicable to Trump while he is president, and then even after he's president, if he can prove that it was for the good of the country, then it is nothing that's going to touch him. Now, when we look at the BRICS nations, and that is something that is very, very, very important. With BRICS, you have Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. But they've expanded. In January of this year, they expanded to include Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Now, these nations, they account for 40% of the crude oil production and exports. So Trump is saying that for any BRICS country that's down with BRICS, that he's going to apply a 100% tariff to your goods if you're looking to move and sell them. Because BRICS in and of itself is a direct threat to the United States of America. It is a direct threat because if they stop trading dollars for oil, if they remove that and put something else there, America, the economy for America will drop completely, because that is the thing that is giving it some value. When you understand, when they remove the dollar from the gold and silver standard, that right there should have never happened. And every time when somebody came along to put it back, they were killed. Kennedy, he was killed. Nixon, he was talking about getting it done, but he wound up doing some dumb stuff in the Democratic headquarters in Watergate, which knocked him out of it, so they didn't have to worry about it. Omar Gaddafi, Colonel Gaddafi, he was trying to get it done. And you see, he is no longer present. So BRICS nations represent an immediate and an automatic death to America, death to the dollar. That's how heavy that BRICS organization and those nations coming together. Now, Saudi Arabia was saying, well, we may trade some in dollars and some in BRICS. But because America has used its currency and sanctions the way that it has done to anybody on the planet whenever they chose, that was the reasoning for BRICS coming about in the first place. Because everybody got tired of being the one that's getting screwed over by America. So looking at the lay of the land, America can't go and attack Russia and China and South America and Egypt and Iran and all these places. America can't fight all of them. So the only thing that they can do is use their tariffs to try to do whatever they can do. And then on the back end, try to assassinate whoever they can assassinate without their hand being caught. But I think that that play has been used way too many times, and people are not going for it. The world's people are not going to go for it. And when we look at Bitcoin, we got to be looking at this Bitcoin very clearly, very clearly. And yes, I've invested in Bitcoin like y'all have said, but knowing there's no difference from Bitcoin and the dollar. Bitcoin is backed by nothing. Not one thing. The dollar is backed by nothing. Not one thing. So we're trading a belief from one thing that's backed by nothing to something else that's backed by nothing. And it just seems to me that we got to be able to sincerely break the bond that ties us to thinking that all of these other nations are going to go ahead and let America do what they want to do and screw over them. It's just not going to happen. The tide is turning. It is literally turning right before our faces. So it is about how do we see the turn and how do we prepare ourselves for what's coming next. And I truly believe, because the hand of God is against America. We're living in the divine destruction of America. So no matter whether you put your money in Bitcoin stuff that's backed by nothing, you're still going to lose. If you don't trade it before the economy falls, you got it after it falls, it's still worth nothing. You got $100 million after the American economy falls. You got 100 million pieces of paper that's worth nothing. So what is the real thing that's going to be able to maintain? You better be able to have some food. You better be able to grow. You better be able to have an area and keep it on lock from invaders coming to take your stuff. Because that is the area from which we will be living in when America falls. This is why it is so important that when you see war coming on the horizon, Don't send your child. Because 9 times out of 10, your child is not coming back. And even if they make it back, they won't be the same condition they were when they left. These are the realities that we have to deal with, and deal with them in the proper, sober manner. And with that, I rest my mic. I hope I've answered all your questions.
Can I piggyback on something Brother Muhammad said?
Yeah, go ahead.
Brother Muhammad, we all of us are sovereign. You just have to realize it. I know we're still running on a Vatican Social Security, birth certificate system. But did you know that the one of the moves as a result of that excursion that Trump did right before that shooting in Las Vegas in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Around that time, he went to the Vatican and dug up in all them vaults and repatriated about 650 planes filled with gold. And most of the other countries that had their gold absconded to those tunnels got their gold back as well. Now, with that said, the doctrine of discovery was rescinded last year on March 30th. And we're all sovereign, but we're in that transition stage right now. This is why 47 or Trump was commissioned by the Galactic Federation. We talked about this 2 weeks ago or last week. I don't remember when, because I'm doing so many shows now. But we talked about that. You have to understand one thing that I need to include in the whole equation of your profoundness, sir. As far as that was concerned, the doctrine of discovery was rescinded and we're all sovereign. And that gold that got repatriated to all the vaults where they belong had 43 zeros behind it. So there's not going to be any of no wars or stuff like that. The Galactic Federation, and Trump even said it when he first came into office, and we seen he did that. If you like him or if you don't, he stopped all the wars, repatriated all the soldiers. Most of the soldiers now are back in the United States. We don't have too many overseas, with the two top countries being Germany and Japan, that were colonized as a result of World War II. So all of that is coming back, and there's going to be, and that's just one fund. We have the Saint Germain Trust and all these other trusts that are in existence, where everybody's going to get their money from NESARA, GESARA, or something like it, the BRICS as well. That might be the precursor to it, in my opinion. I don't know, because I don't have direct knowledge, and I'm going to rest there. Whoever want to take it can go. Okay,
can I respond? Allow me to respond, please. Now, you said according to the doctrine of discovery. What doctrine of discovery are you talking about? Who issued it, and when was it issued?
The Pope. I don't remember what year, but it was basically a papal bull telling all their explorers that they can go kill anybody who ain't a Christian, culminating into the Inquisitions and so on in South America, Central South America.
Right. So you're correct. On the doctrine of discovery is a policy enacted initially by the 15th century Catholic Church, proclaiming the right that Christian nations to take possession of lands of non-Christians in the interest of saving their souls. So that was a papal bull that said that. But I don't understand, because nowhere in that papal bull does it say that that we are sovereign citizens. In that papal bull, it gave them the right to go to Africa, go to any country where we may be, whether you call it America, this, that, or other, and take it and kill everybody there if you desire, because they are not nothing. But nowhere in that papal bull did it say that we are sovereign citizens. That's one thing. Second thing, if we were sovereign citizens, and I'm just keeping it 100, If we were sovereign citizens, we don't have to have no tags on our cars. We wouldn't be stopped by police. And if we were stopped by police, we can say, hey, we're sovereign citizens and the laws of this land does not apply on us. At this present current time, that's just not actual facts. If I drive out there in my car and I don't have no tags on and they pull me over and I say, well, your laws don't apply to me because I'm sovereign. And they say, well, okay, we're going to take you and lock your sovereign ass up. Where's the rest of your sovereign ass brothers? And you're going to tote that other sovereign ass line. Like we can go to any YouTube channel and see those black sovereign people getting locked up, bringing before the judge, and the judge telling them, hey, what you saying don't work here. That don't fly here. It doesn't happen here. You're subject to the American laws. Now, me, myself, and be very honestly, because I've done this when I was in the military and I told them crackers, y'all don't have no authority over me. I knew what that meant. That meant that I'm ready to kill them if they try to say, oh, yes, we do. My thought was, well, we're going to show you today because we coming to kill all y'all ass. When me, Brother Keith, Brother Roberto, and Sister Justine went to them and said, y'all don't have no authority over me. All of us knew what that meant. It meant that we declared war and we're willing to kill you. And they said, well, we're not willing to fight. We're not willing to die. It's easier for us to get you on out, give you what you want. A whole lot easier. So when we talk about being sovereign, we're talking about going to war, literally, because that point will be pushed. And it's either you're going to fold or you're going to kill them. And at this present point in time, here in America, we as a group, we're not at that point yet. We as individuals, we've seen what happened to the honorable individuals who took that fight. We've seen what happened to them. And individually, they were killed. Christopher Donner, beautiful brother, who said, I'm tired of y'all fucking over me now. I'm tired of y'all doing me wrong. Now I'm about to do what I need to do because you don't have authority over me. And he went to war. And they killed him. So we got to be very, very clear when we're talking about this because our people are listening. And they need to know and they need to understand exactly what this is about. This is why I have said we have to take over cities. Because you take over cities, you take over police departments, you take over municipalities. You can set yourself up for the showdown when it comes because you're armed now. Your militia is armed and trained now. You don't have some little piece of land in some part of somebody else. You own because you control the whole damn thing. Now it's about when that time comes, what you going to do. And trust and believe, they will assess and see, well, what kind of power they have. What kind of power these people have. We look at the people of Move in Philadelphia. They said, your rules don't work for me. Your rules don't control me. We're doing our thing. We ain't bothering y'all. What happened? The people on the block, other black people got up calling the police on them. Oh, we don't like the way they do this. We don't like the way they do this. And the police having back and forth with them. So the showdown date came. What did the city of Philadelphia do? They dropped a bomb on them. Didn't give a damn about the other black people that lived on those blocks. All of it was burned up. They were shooting children back into a fiery building. Children that looked just like our children, black children. because John Africa and them said, I'm sovereign. You don't control me. That is a declaration of war. And you have to be ready to fulfill it. And if you're not ready to fulfill it, don't put foolishness in the minds of our people. Because that foolishness, when they eat it and they believe it, just like the sister in Baltimore, who she was kept telling, this nigga kept telling her, you sovereign, you don't need no tags, you don't need this. So she made her own little tag and put it on her car and drove around. The police pulled her over and we watched the video. The next 2 weeks later, she's in the showdown with the police. She there, her baby there, and she's ready to die and kill because she's sovereign. And they shot her and the baby, Corin Gaines, because a two-bit nigga who wasn't man enough to drive his car without no tags, but he pumped her up to do it. And now she's gone. Because they're doing and saying stuff that they're not living them damn selves. And so we got to be careful with what we say to the masses of our people, because our people are listening. That's why when we received the application for somebody to join, and they were saying stuff that I ain't never said, and I said, "Whoa, no, I don't know whether the FBI, CIA, somebody sent you here, because I don't say that. So you go about your business. Our people lives are special. And we owe them, when they take out their time to listen to what we're saying, we owe them not what we believe, not what we think, but what we know is the truth. We owe them that. To deviate from that is treasonous. And I rest my mic.
But Marie, listen. I'm gonna play the devil's advocate. I'm gonna be like, I don't want to sound disingenuous when I ask you this question, but please give me a minute. With the move, devastation, and death, and destruction in Philadelphia, and every other one that you're talking about, would it have made any difference if the people had political clout and money? Like what's the name of that woman, white girl, Lipton, in the 1970s or something like that?
You talking about Patty Hearst, the one that got kidnapped?
Yeah.
Hearst.
No, there's another woman called Lipton that I think she's part of the Lipton family, but Hearst is even better, I think. They didn't kill her, you know what I mean? So, Brother Muhammad, at what point do we? I don't want to say that. Let me give me a second.
Okay.
For Black people,
Mm-hmm.
we've been through hell and high water.
Right.
Even the wealthiest of us in Black Wall Street were destroyed. That didn't even make no damn difference.
Correct.
The white folks didn't give a shit, because as an individual, what they thought and what they did didn't mean shit.
Correct.
But when you are a group and you have that group dynamics working in your favor in the state, local, and federal levels, and you have the power of the UN government behind you, that we know we're just standing on a by and by. When the white group came in and destroyed the Black Wall Street and every other Wall Street in wealthy Black areas. Now, reverse that. What if these people, even today, and they're still Black now, I'm just saying,
Mm-hmm.
but had the political muscle, and the financial economic muscle to get things done? And would that have made a difference in the response in which the police responded, even though the neighbors were saying this, that, and the other, contrary to what MOVE was all about? I'm just saying, within that construct, the wealthy neighborhood, if it was a wealthy neighborhood with millionaires and billionaires or whatever the case may be, uh, leaders of industry within that section, would you really believe that, being the white people that they are, and but knowing that they had a political clout to effectuate a different outcome if they tried to do something, that phone call would have been like, what the fuck are you all doing? Leave these people alone. You feel what I'm saying? Not
Exactly.
only that, we know we just don't shut up and sit down and they come and just do what they want to do. We shoot back, and niggas with guns.
Exactly.
You feel what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
when you put all of those positives within the framework of
Mm-hmm.
what you were saying, but now flip it to the other side,
Mm-hmm.
would that have made a difference?
And in all honesty, brother Isaiah, it would have made a little difference. But one thing that we got to remember, because we've always had wealth, we've always had wealthy black people. Once we were allowed to run for office, since 1865, we
Right.
had political people in political offices.
Right.
But what we didn't do, and this is the main thing, and I think where we make our biggest mistake, is we did not fight them. We did not fight them. We did not fight them tooth for tooth. So when we look at the Nation of Islam, the Nation of Islam fought them tooth for tooth, killed police tooth for tooth. They killed some of ours, yep, and we killed some of theirs. And when we killed some of theirs, we didn't go to jail. There's still dead police in New York City that, if you research it, they still mad because in the 70s, they rushed into the mosque, came in there with their guns, and we didn't have no guns, but we whooped their ass and killed them right then and there on the spot. See, this is what they respect: your ability to make them feel physical pain. And this is why I say that we have to fight them. We have to fight them. Even though some of us may die, but we have to fight them because that's the only thing they understand. If the MOVE organization in Philadelphia, if they had a history of fighting, it would have been different, because the police would have had to think, and when we attack this, what are they going to likely do to respond? They had no military strategy of how to respond. Their house was not on guard. They didn't have patrols. They didn't have none of those things. Look, when Barack Obama was president, the FBI and the FBI Secret Service almost got into a fight. Where their big people had to say, hey, leave them the fuck alone. That's the Nation of Islam. That's Farrakhan's house over there. Because the FOI was ready to kill them. Because you coming up to where our leader lives, we don't give a damn about Obama. But you come this way, we will kill you. That's our mandate. And the Secret Service had to back down. And this you can check. Anybody who think I'm lying, go check it out and see. They came face to face with death. When we begin to love one another that much, we're willing to say we will kill you, then the enemy will say, we don't really want to fuck with them. Not at this point. They got their shit together. They see that we're organized. They understand that there's those among us that they can look at and say, yeah, that's one of them. But then there's so many more that they look at and can't tell whether that's one of them or not. So it keeps them in a spot where they can't really move but so much. And this is where we gotta go. And this is why I keep telling our people, we will fight them. It has to happen. It's going to happen. This is why we got to be prepared. So we need our politics, we need our money, and we need our warriors. Because that's exactly what we're going to go up against. We're going to fight them in politics, we're going to fight them in money land, and we're going to fight them with boots on the ground. And that is a reality. That's why they always tell you, you're only 12% of the population. Like you didn't have no fucking, your birth rate just stopped and you remained at 12%. Bullshit. We're way more than that. But if they continue to successfully have mind operations on us to tell us we're less than what we really are, we're not gonna be successful because we think so little about ourselves. This is the weakest this enemy has ever been. He is weak. And it is right for us to be organizing, getting our shit together, because the fight, that day, it is coming. And it is right around the corner. So we need all three of those things, dear brother.
I would say that fight been active for the last 150 years. We've been in this race war for the last 150 years. But let me show this on, because I was thinking about it. I'm like, damn, I kind of remember that shit. You know what I mean? The Gangster Disciples in Chicago
Mm-hmm.
in the 70s told the Chicago police, there ain't gonna be no shooting. You don't shoot up in this motherfucker unless we tell you you shoot. You shoot, we gonna shoot, and you ain't gonna be able to shoot back.
Mm-hmm.
I said, God damn. All these motherfucking guns and bullets that Chicago police have, these motherfuckers, they ain't saying shit, ain't doing nothing, and don't want to have nothing to do with the Gangster Disciple. I was like this. Gangster Disciple.
Now,
All day long, all day long, all day long.
do you remember Reverend Cleave? Do you remember?
Hold on, Elijah. Go ahead, brother Mark.
Do you remember Reverend Cleave out in Detroit, where he had the Black Madonna, the Black Madonna Church, and they fought the police. They fought the police to a standstill, and the police realized that we couldn't defeat them.
Right.
So the Reverend was saying, "Look, black people, I'm showing you." They couldn't defeat us. We fought them to a standstill that they had to make peace. And he was saying then, this is what we got to do. We got to be able to fight. We got to control the politics, and we got to be able to fight. But it's the three. It's to control the politics, control our money, and be able to fight. And when we can do those three things, we are deadly. And it will back them up. This is how the police wind up getting these automatic weapons, because of that incident in Detroit, where the brothers from the Church of the Black Madonna, held the damn fucking police off, and police couldn't do a damn thing about it. And nobody black went to jail. They all went home sleeping that night.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Man, look, we've been saying this on your show, my show, everybody's show, that you got to be united.
Exactly.
Politically, economically, spiritually, and physically. What fucking more do you need? America is united around the military. Either your signature gonna be on that paper or your brain.
That's right.
You got anything to say, brother Elijah?
What I was gonna, with all due respect to what my brother just mentioned, thank you for that lesson, brother, because some of the stuff you mentioned I didn't know. But what I will say is, it's like this, in my opinion. This is an opinion now. This is not a fact. Okay, we know the doctrine of discovery has been rescinded, and I'm glad you didn't say that it wasn't. I said in the beginning, even though we're still living on this Vatican birth certificate, Social Security system ran out of the Vatican, that it has already happened. And if you look at it in the matter of time that we're going in with the trajectory, along with the cosmos, we're going that way. And this is where the trajectory is taking us. And this is why Mr. Trump is now in office, because he's mandated by the Galactic Federation to restore the earth for us to take back the helm, because that's our natural, this is our planet. And with that said,
Who do you mean by us?
I'm talking about me, you, and anybody
Black folks, or
yes, sir.
okay. All
Yes, sir. And it's to be restored as much as possible back to the way it was. And this is why all these anomalies, things like with the Sahara the Sahara being green again, snowstorms, whether it's HAARP or whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of things happening. There was major floods in Spain. They just had another one a few days ago in Brazil, and so many different places. Earthquakes happening in places that they rarely, if ever, happened there. So with all these things happening, I'm combining all of these factors in addition to what you said as well, because until they're weakened to the point where they can't fight no more, we still have to fight them. And if you decide, like you said, and I agree with you 100%, you know what I'm saying? Because, okay, let me give you the prime example. Whether you love them or hate them or whatever the case may be, Kanye said at one point that slavery was a choice. And when he said it, I agreed with him wholeheartedly. And when people said, no, it wasn't, I said, you can choose to die, but you'd rather be dead than to be free. Just like supposed prisoners of war who jump off the ship in the middle of the ocean because they'd rather be dead and eaten by sharks than to have to deal with whatever we going to if this is how it was starting. So with that said, what I'm saying is it's going to take time. And in the annals of time, if we can say this is since 45 came into office, now 47, it's not even 10 years yet. And then we're going to add that solar flashing, which should be happening soon. I'm not going to put no dates on it, but I think it's going to happen definitely before 2028. That's where I'm looking at it from. You can go, anybody can go now.
So let me ask you this. You keep saying this Galactic Federation, and if I'm understanding you correctly, this Galactic Federation empowered Trump to return the world back to black people. Is that what I'm understanding you saying?
No, I that's not what let me backtrack a little bit. He was this, as they say. Now, I can't prove any of this, so I'm not going to start saying this is factual or what have you. Supposedly, he was approached by generals, the generals that got fired by Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, and Obama. It was over 500 of them. And they said that they were getting mandates because I can't prove these things now, are in touch with the Galactic Federation. They told him that he had to be the one to do it. He was charismatic enough. He already has acting skills, all those factors that would make him a populist. And in this case, that was the case with the last vote from a few weeks ago. And then told to restore the earth back to the original people. And that's how the story, I believe, goes. So it's going to be a combination of the Galactic Federation, him and his administration, and all the things. What I believe, and this is, you can find this in a lot of different places. He never conceded. And I think you told me that he did because you saw something last time we spoke.
Right, he did.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, that's neither here nor there at this point, because as far as I know, he never conceded. And I asked you to send me that link, and I never saw it. But
Yeah, I put it in the chat. I had
Oh,
dropped the link in the chat.
my bad, brother. I didn't mean to accuse you if you did it. Brother Isaiah didn't pass it on, so we're going to blame him now. No, but seriously, what I'm saying is he is the president of the republic of the. They were saying that when he ran that he would be the last president. He is the president of the republic that's going to be restored with what we're talking about with all this new money and BRICS and SDRs and floating currencies and baskets of currency, blah blah blah, on and on and on, as well as the skin mask wearing Biden administration, including Kamala Harris, were the president of the defunct bankrupt corporation. And if you know, during his tenure, this first one, he was trying to return most of, like abortion, for example, he was trying to return all the laws to state rights, because in essence, when this becomes sovereign land officially, all the states are based on countries. That's why all the laws are different in different states. You could drive from New York to New Jersey, it take you 5 minutes to get to the other side. Is a different law in effect that you didn't know, because you're thinking you 5 minutes away from where you just came from. It's the same law, and it isn't. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I believe. That's what the intel I get tells me, and that's what I'm banking on for it to happen. And it's going to happen soon, one way or another.
This and I do, like I said to you last week, I appreciate that you do say this is what you believe, this is what you think, and that's a blessing unto you. Well, this Galactic Federation, see, it's just, I don't know where do you get this Galactic Federation? Who's in this Galactic Federation?
A whole bunch of different entities that enter into the Earth's atmosphere through portals, spaceships. So now I'm hearing that different thing. I'm learning some of this stuff newly as well. Some people are saying the way to outer space is through the oceans. I don't know. They say that space is really water. I don't know. I'm not telling you I know these things, but I hear them. Right. It resonates, and I'm only telling you what resonates with me, because I hear a lot of stuff too that I'm like, what the hell is that?
Right. Well, I'll say this, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us about our family that is patrolling 40 miles up above our heads. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad broke that down very succinctly. Wow. Even those who, if they study the Bible, they would read in the Bible, and it talks about them right there in the Bible. So I do believe that that's real.
Who's them?
Where I don't believe is that they have made some agreement, some pact with America, because that those two just don't go hand in hand. So that part I don't believe, because they are here, and I know what they're planning to do, and I'm not going to go into that here and now, but I'll say this: they're not here to help build America, protect America, or anything like that to do with America. It is not, and they're not going to pick an enemy of Black people to use that enemy and say, now he's going to go out and restore your lands, your people. No, the scripture says that God will raise one from among us, like you, Moses, that will get the people free. So it's not going to be no Donald Trump that's going to deliver us. It's going to be somebody that look like us to do the work of delivering God's people. And I'll rest my mic.
Let me get to the comment that Donald Muhammad left. He says, My question to Brother Elijah is, does he really believe or truly believe that Donald Trump is going to do justice for black people without a demand? I certainly do not. And then after that, I'm going to finish up with the videos. Go ahead, Brother Elijah.
Is going to do justice by black people. Writ large, what injustice has he done to us? We already have the reference of a past administration in his regard. So my question, so I'm sorry to ask a question with a question, but to that I ask, what has he done to harm us thus far? As a people, about black people, about Americans. Right.
Brother Donald, if you can answer that, then I'll put it up on the screen. But in the meantime, everything that's been discussed is going to be shown in the next few, 1, 2, 3. We got about 10, but they're really short videos, so it's not going to be like 3, 4 hours that we're going to continue. I purposely selected those videos in order to, that's a good one, Brother Donald, Brother Muhammad, Donald Muhammad. Like Warp Speed, for one. Operation Warp Speed.
What was that operation about?
About the
juice?
The cure for the VAC, but don't say it.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm not going to say that. I know I already have the answer for that. We have to understand anybody, and I'm sure everybody here knows this. So I'm not going to say no off the wall, off planet stuff this time. Okay. Anybody who knows anything in this day and age knows that everybody who is in the position of influence at that level, whether it be in entertainment, law enforcement, athletes, what have you, has doubles. Okay. And what they're doing, remember I said that Q used to ended a lot of his transmissions with "enjoy the show." So we've all seen the tall and short Biden. We've all seen this tall and short Ye or Kanye, whatever you want to call him. We've all seen guys that's like, you look at them on the screen, and we even got Serena now with some losing all her melanin and, looking totally blonde and like, she never looked like that before. You know what I'm saying? And every so often you see her looking like this. So what I'm saying is there's probably 2 or 3 Donald Trumps. We know that I already said Kamala and Joe Biden, the skin mask administration, they've been gone for some time if you believe the Q list and who's been tried and who's at Gitmo in prison doing life, who's waiting for their trial, on and on and on and on. So what I'm saying is sometimes you see in the right one and sometimes you see in the wrong one. And the way Benjamin Fulford, somebody who I read, I've been reading his information for years, that it's the real one, is when you see him with his wife. If you don't see the wife with him, that means it's not the real one. And he's short. The fake one is about 5'10", 5'11", and the real one is 6'3" and very big. So sometimes you see him, he's real tanned and smaller frame looking. Sometimes you see him, it's the real one. Sometimes you see him, it's another one. And they got pictures all online where you can see the difference between like 7 or 8 of them. And you can see the differences when you really look. So that's why I'm saying that. So you have to understand another thing before I give up the mic. His son was a victim of his son took shots some years ago and is autistic too, even though he's high functioning. And so he was dead set against the VACs from the door, and the fake one and the real one are fighting and jockeying for position as to which message is going to resonate with the audience. So that's the answer to your question, brother.
Okay. Brother Donald said
totally against it. And I'm done.
Yeah. Brother Donald said the lockdown began under Trump, causing many black businesses to go out of business and global economy to be shut down, causing poverty globally.
Yeah, but
So
when I asked the question, I was talking about black people specifically. You're being very general again with saying the world or America. No,
right.
I said against black people specifically. That
Okay.
was a very pinpoint question. So that
Right.
answer to me doesn't qualify for that question that he
Okay.
initially proposed.
Okay. Well,
Right.
hold on, Brother Donald. We're gonna go into the next video. But what I want to do is repeat what Brother Elias put on the screen that we talked about initially. It was the executive order of Trump issued back in 2017 with Executive Order 13818. In a nutshell, it says, I, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, find that the prevalence and severity of human rights abuse and corruption that have their source in whole or in substantial part outside the United States, such as those committed or directly by persons listed in the annex to this order, have reached such scope, hold on, such scope and gravity that they threaten the stability, I hate that, of international political and economic system. Human rights abuse, man, come on. I hate these motorcycles these young kids on. Human rights abuse and corruption undermine the values that form an essential foundation of stable, secure, and functioning society. Have devastating impacts on individuals, weaken democratic institutions, degrade the rule of law, perpetuate, what the hell am I saying? Perpetuate, yeah, that's right. Violent conflict, facilitate the activities of dangerous persons and undermine economic markets. The United States seeks to impose tangible and significant consequences on those who commit serious human rights abuse and or engage in corruption, as well as to protect the financial system, the financial system of the United States from abuse by the same person. Now, the reason why I brought that up, Brother Donald and Brother Elias and everybody, Sister Kaz, you still here?
I am. I'm
Oh, okay.
listening. Yeah, I'm
Okay, okay.
listening.
I'll get over it. I
Then you get a word in, man.
Yeah, oh yeah, you been real quiet. All right. So the reason why I brought that up, it's so much so that hold on. You must have forgotten that the primary target for the vaccine was black and brown people. And then he says, so much so that the black people were a priority and should be first to receive the vaccine. Oop, and received the shot. Received damn it. I said it on my own damn show. Excuse me. Oh, you gotta say the Jews, Brother Donald. Hopefully they don't strike this down. But anyway,
Now they stopped doing that. They stopped doing that. They
they did.
How are you not going
Yeah.
to talk about that?
Okay, that's cool. I hope so. But anyway, I brought that up. What Brother Elias put on in the private conversation or chat to say that Donald Trump, like him or not like him, hate him or not hate him, love him, not love him, there's something in the mix here. And when he said about the private economic system, not the private economic, but the economic system of America, that means the underpinnings of our society must be maintained. Otherwise, it's going to hell it's going to hell with gasoline draws on. I don't believe that for all intents and purposes, that we are on the verge of seeing the elimination, and this is just me, elimination of our country. If I am right, we're going to see a celebration of the actual contributions of black people in America. We founded this motherfucker. White folks had nothing to do with that shit. We wrote the Constitution. White folks had nothing to do with that. With that, they came over here on as serfs. If you want to call a serf a slave, a serf, it's still the same shit. So the bottom line, I'm making it short. I seen a video where Trump is talking about reparations and shit. You know what I mean? $350,000 per person, or whatever the case may be, or $2 trillion every year, or 2.5 trillion every year for 20 years, or something along that line. So you can look that up on YouTube and what have you. But my thing is that when all is said and done, when all is said and done, and then I'm gonna go on to the next video and try to knock these out because we ain't got that many. It will support what I'm seeing here, and if it is, we're gonna see some real deal, Holyfield results of the people who are behind the destruction of our beloved country. Like it or not, believe it or not, accept it or not, from what I am seeing, and I'm talking about short term, 5, 10 years, and 30, 40 years after we are gone, that this country will live up to its creed to be what it was meant to be. We hold thee true to be self-evident that all men are created equal, blah, 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 blah. With that said, I don't believe, and this is what Brother Elijah was saying, that there's something in the air. There's a pole shift. There's a Aquarius kind of thing going on that will usher in the greatest jubilee, platinum era, gold era, whatever you want to call it, for America and America. Because to be honest, if America go down, the whole fucking world go down. Now, with that being said, in that video where I showed the empires rising and falling, they left one critical piece of that puzzle out: black folk. And the continent of Africa, man, and all of its resources. So I think, based on what I know, and I'm just going by what I think, that white folks know their gig is up. It's over. The Gentile time is up. It's over. Enough of the bullshit is enough. That the true muscle behind all of this is black folks. And the true muscle behind all of this politically, economic, and spiritual thinking is black people. And we must, and we have to, and we must get back to that thinking, because to be honest with you, we all know here that white folks done fucked up, because all they do is fuck up. All they do is run shit into the ground because they don't know what the fuck they doing. They are spiritually dead. And when you have the 4 most important things for a person to be holy, to be holy, Holy, you have to be holy, Whollly. That means you must be spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically fit to be in positions of power. And white folks ain't it. So let me go on. We'll get back to that, Brother Muhammad, Sister Cassie, Brother Elias, and Brother Down, and everybody that might be listening. But I'm gonna go on because I'm getting tired.
Hey, brother, let me mention this real quick. It's an aside.
Okay, go ahead.
Thus far, did you hear about in Congo a collapsed mountain full of copper?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Ain't that a bit?
I mean, a mountain, not like a hill.
Right. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay.
They found a mountain worth of gold valued at $15 trillion. So you know, motherfucking well, white folks know they shit is up, man. And then slowly but surely, you're gonna see these Sahel group penetrating their ethos, their mentality, that whole concept of unity spreading throughout the continent. It's over. So the will and the dream of Gaddafi is coming true. You kill me, and you be opening the door to all hell for all of eternity. White folks gonna be living in hell for all of eternity. They're gonna be our footstool. Believe that. Believe that. So allow me to go to the entire screen and then we'll get on to the next one because all of these videos are tying in, some loosely, but some very strongly. But in the final analysis, you will see. I'm going to wrap that up in my final comment. So hold on, let's go to that right now. This is 12 minutes, and we'll just run it on through.
The 2024-2025 collapse, which would be much bigger.
Bitcoin is on track for a monumental surge as the global economy faces a massive collapse driven by the highest debt levels in history. That's the latest message out from Bitcoin maximalist Max Keiser. Recently, Keiser shared a powerful update on Bitcoin, the crypto market, and why BlackRock is not what you think. He believes that BlackRock is having a much bigger impact in 2024 than any other major investor, and most people aren't ready for the massive impact it will have. This is a moment unlike any in history. While Bitcoin has soared 45% in the past month to around $98,000, global fiat currencies are slowly collapsing. This, he says, is where Bitcoin will prove itself as true money, immune to inflation and government manipulation. Make sure to stick around until the end of the video as Max Keiser talks about Bitcoin's rise, the fall of fiat, and how global elites would try to control the crypto world in the coming years. Also, guys, only a small percentage of my viewers are actually subscribed. If you enjoy staying up to date with finance content, consider subscribing or liking the video. It's free, and you can always change your mind. Now, here's Max Keiser with his latest outlook.
The global Ponzi scheme is really running out of steam. And so to dovetail into like looking at the banks a little bit here, last week they had a huge story about the yen carry trade. You know, this is something that was suddenly on everyone's lips. It's something I've talked about for many years. I've talked to you on your show about it. What is the yen carry trade? And it just speaks to the nature of the global central banking system, which has never been more leveraged and never been more fragile. And they are in a position where
92% of people who have tingling or numbness in hands or feet are missing the warning signs of decaying nerves.
Where they have to either print and 30-40 trillion dollars worth of more fiat paper to bail out these banks, or if they go into a situation where they let the banks fail, then that definitely will precipitate complete social unrest, and then they want to be able to deal with that. I noticed last week the only stock price that was up during that flash crash in the market was Raytheon. You know, the defense contractors, of course, are going to make out like bandits in any kind of situation like this. But it all goes back to what happens when an economy like the United States or other economies around the world, they forsake hard money and real money and real accountability and real accounting, and they rely on money printing. And the money printing is always in the hands of the worst parts of society. And you have the worst people in charge of the money printers. Technically, it's called a kakistocracy, ruled by the worst amongst us. It's worse than even a kleptocracy. And this is the problem, is that the people with the worst intentions are the ones with the greatest control over the money printing. Like, if you don't have Bitcoin on your strategic reserve as a country, you're going to go fade away.
Now, remember, they're talking about people with bad intentions. And I do believe this describes BlackRock. So let's continue.
Disappear. It's perfect money, and everything else, as I say, goes to zero against Bitcoin. So Trump, anyway, he made this announcement, and of course the Bitcoin audience is very excited by it. And but it is a direct threat to the central banks, because the central banks are empowered by the fact that they can print infinite quantities of paper money without any accountability, and then use that paper money to influence policy and direction of the economy in ways that benefit them. And with Bitcoin, of course, you can't print it. It's impossible to counterfeit Bitcoin. It's a fixed supply, and the value continues to increase relative to everything else out there. But all those dollars are losing purchasing power against Bitcoin, and it's a shock and a shame that Warren Buffett doesn't own any Bitcoin on Berkshire Hathaway. Unlike Michael Saylor at MicroStrategy, that was a $2 billion company just 2 years ago. It's now pushing to be a $40 billion company by the simple act of putting his cash into Bitcoin and then selling debt cheaply and putting more Bitcoin on his balance sheet. What the United States should do, and what El Salvador is in the process of doing, is selling government debt to buy more Bitcoin and ratcheting up into a bigger and bigger Bitcoin position, and that's the global hash war and the conversion of the fiat money world into Bitcoin. Ultimately, this is the savior that'll help the global economy. You know, Trump and Senator Cynthia Lummis talks about how Bitcoin will help America get rid of their $32 trillion worth of debt. I mean, this is how you do it. You have to leverage your way out of your debt hole. What people don't understand in the last 20 years, I mean, they understand how leverage works. They understand how the derivatives market is just more leverage on top of leverage. That's what a derivative is. It derives its value from another contract that derives its value from a third contract, and they're all debt. So you have a layer cake of debt. And so the global economy is $300 trillion in debt. And it's the highest debt level it's ever been in.
Currently, the US is facing a historic fiscal crisis with massive debt, high deficits, and rising bond market risks, pushing the nation toward a potential collapse. Traditional solutions like austerity or tax hikes can no longer work, and a new approach involving Bitcoin may just be the key. A recent post by Stack Hodler on X suggests that Bitcoin could be a great help in solving the sovereign debt crisis if the US government devalues the dollar and turns to Bitcoin as a reserve asset. With Bitcoin's potential to rise as a global reserve currency, the US could leverage Bitcoin reserves to offset its enormous debt. However, this shift would require a painful transition, including dollar hyperinflation, before a Bitcoin-based economy could thrive. What do you think of this idea? Tell us in the comments. Now let's go back to Max Keiser as he discusses further.
So this has been building in the system now for 15, 20 years. And like any system where it becomes ultimately overly leveraged, it gets to a point where you have systemic collapse. And so the 2008 collapse, which was enormous, this is now going to be the 2024-2025 collapse, which would be much bigger. Where we're heading, I would look at what's happening in the UK right now, the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom is becoming a 360-degree panopticon surveillance state, that'll include a CBDC introduction. Every moment, there's just the number of cameras per square meter in the UK is incredibly high, could be the highest in the world. It's becoming really dystopian, nightmarish surveillance state in the UK. And I think that's where the globe is heading. I think that the UK is already kind of there. You know, they're on the leading edge of how the state is going to react to this financial nightmare as it unfolds. They're going to become the surveillance aspect will be pushed, I think, harder than the bail-in. So in other words, if your surveillance is good enough, then you'll just be rationed money. So you will be rationed a certain number of dollars per week, and it's designed like a casino. So it's an artificial AI-driven casino world, and that's how you exist in that world. And I think that we're seeing that play out in the UK right now. I think we're at the bitter end, Alex. Everyone's going to have to make their own choice, but we're at the end, and this is the time now to think about how you want to deal with this. The bankruptcies are happening, the hyperinflation is happening, and the vortex has opened up and is swallowing all decency. The elite, as they're called in the United States, the wealthy, decided to take as much as they possibly can and run for the hills. And they have gutted the economy, and they don't care if it collapses. They've got their 300-foot yachts out in the Mediterranean, their chateaus in Switzerland. Everything goes to zero against Bitcoin. And what do I mean by that? I mean that in terms of purchasing power. So your purchasing power of your dollar obviously is going to go down versus Bitcoin, but your purchasing power in terms of gold, property, fine art, your business, stocks, bonds, everything, the purchasing power of everything relative to Bitcoin is going to go down because it's only a $1.2 trillion asset in a world of $400 trillion worth of financial assets, financialized assets. So it just like software ate the world during the 70s and 80s. And every company in the world became essentially a software company. Car companies are a software company. Airlines are a software company. All value will become priced in Bitcoin. Everything will be priced in Bitcoin, particularly energy. I would say the next big prediction, I'll make a prediction here, is that within 24 months, all the major global energy contracts will be priced in Bitcoin, not dollars.
Si te dijera que sí hay
Hold on.
una fórmula para atraer más dinero, mi nombre es Mariana Fresnedo de Quantum Quip, soy ingeniera.
And that will be the end of the fiat money world as we know it officially and the beginning of the Bitcoin epoch. Money is a unit of exchange and a unit of value that represents the value of society in a lot of ways. And during hyperinflation, where an ounce of gold went from 1-to-1 Reichmark exchange rate to something like 1 trillion to 1, right? Values themselves in that society's crash. So these things that we would normally find abhorrent become normalized, and that's what we're seeing in the U.S. right now. Because of the inflation, because of the loss of values, the aberrant behavior that society would normally look down on is becoming normalized. So what's happening now is that at the foundational level of the global debt pyramid has always been the Japanese yen, because the Japanese yen, starting in 1989, went into recession, and their interest rates started to get really cheap, but they had a lot of cash there due to this enormous pension money of the state. And that was always the source of ultimately all of the repackaging and refinancing of all the global debt. For 30 years, this has been going on. But finally, the yen is getting to the point where the Japanese government has to defend the yen from crashing. So they're raising interest rates. And this effectively is calling time on the global Ponzi scheme. And the Japanese government has decided that they're going to try to inject a whole nother layer of free cash debt to stop that Ponzi scheme from exploding. And so the market's bounced. But I think we're at the very last inning of this 30-year global debt Ponzi scheme.
As the global economy faces enormous challenges, Max Kaiser warns that the debt bubble is about to burst. With a financial system on the brink of collapse, Bitcoin is emerging as the true hedge against the coming chaos. As traditional currencies lose value, Bitcoin's fixed supply and growing adoption make it the only viable alternative for preserving wealth. The shift towards Bitcoin is inevitable, and those who embrace it now will be the ones to thrive in the new financial era. It's time to prepare for the future. Anyway, guys, before we go, if you want to stay most up to date on the crypto and
All right, so now you heard the negative. We're going to get into all of the positive about the crypto market, in particular the XRP, XLM, and Sister Cassie, the new one I found that's going to be the bridge for all of the currencies that are out there, including Bitcoin, XLM, and XRP. It's going to give validity to the whole thing about what we just heard from all of the previous videos, saying it's a scam, it's a Ponzi scheme, it's not worth anything, and that's what I was thinking. So instead of just like Elon Musk did with Dogecoin, and because it's not regulated by anybody or any government entity, you can scam it up and run it up and then sell out. And like the guy was just saying, the people who have money can make money, and the people who are trying to get in at the last minute are going to be screwed. And so they get out at the top, and then you're trying to fight and sell your Bitcoin or your shares or whatever the case may be, and to try to preserve some type of financial integrity to the whole thing. So hold on. Why? So now we have this. Why? This is why XRP will be much bigger than Bitcoin. Now I came across the Cath and everybody. If it's true, come Monday, and especially come Tuesday, there's going to be on the 4th of December. So I think that's Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't know which one it is. There's going to be an introduction of LRUSD. That will supplement, fortify, strengthen XRP. XRP Ripple is going public on the New York Stock Exchange.
Oh,
Garling
okay.
House, Garling House is coming out tomorrow night on 60 Minutes to talk about the whole shebang in regard to what it means and how it means and why it means that it is a must that we have a much simpler transactional method or road to use between countries and between the United States and every other country, between every other country in the United States, and make it quick, fast. Because with Bitcoin, it takes about 8 to 10 minutes to do that transaction. With XRP, and especially when you add in, and this is the new one I'm talking about, it's called Flare, FLR. And when I tell you, based on what this brother was talking about, we're going to get to him in a minute. He talks about it and he explains it very, very well. That it gives substance to the crypto market. Now you remember they were talking about in one of those videos that I put out, Dental Coin and all of this stuff, or whatever it may be. They all went away, and it just reminds me of Blockbuster Video. Everybody was going to Blockbuster Video, and take that to be Bitcoin. Now here comes the new boy on the block, XRP or Netflix, which would be XRP. You know, nobody ain't paying that shit. They ain't paying that motherfucker no mind and shit back in 2013 when they first started. And lo and behold, Blockbuster Video went out of business. They could have bought Netflix for $1 million when Netflix went to them. Now here we go again. History repeating itself. XRP is scheduled to be the new boss on the block. BTC, Bitcoin, is going the way that Blockbuster Video went. It's not functional. So if all of these other videos I'm going to show, they're very short. If what is happening, the only player that matters, XRP, XLM, Flare, and XDC, which our brother brought about, is going to skyrocket to the moon and beyond. So allow me to go to this, and we'll be right back.
So excited to do this with you.
I'm not. Shut the fuck up.
Information to go over in this video, especially if you do hold XRP. So definitely stick around until the end. And with that being said, welcome to the channel, everyone. My name is Nick. For those of you new to the channel, hopefully by the end of this video, you do become a subscriber. Let's dive on in and let's actually talk about, the whole Bitcoin idea, with Bitcoin remaining the number one. So as we look at Bitcoin today, it has a market cap of $1.85 trillion. Now, a lot of people are very, bullish on Bitcoin. They think that Bitcoin is going to $1 million. It's going here, going there. One thing that I have been always critical about when it comes to Bitcoin is the technology behind it. Okay. When I'm thinking about future technology, I'm not thinking about technology that takes minutes to settle. It's very slow. It's very, inconsistent. I'm thinking about a project or technology, if you will, that is extremely efficient to the point where I can move tens of millions of dollars for a very low fee and almost in a near instant time frame. And if we're thinking about that, XRP has essentially been created for this very reason. We know that from Arrington Capital, they tested sending $50 million using XRP, and they paid a fraction of what you would pay on basically just a small little transaction. We're talking about, cents to dollars. I mean, XRP is one of the most efficient cryptocurrencies out there, and DLTs in this space for sending, receiving, or just making any transaction. Now, today's market cap of XRP is $82.9 billion. I personally believe that XRP is going to flip Bitcoin at some point in time.
Descubre el email de GoDaddy con Microsoft 365. Demuéstrale a tus clientes que vas en serio con una dirección de correo.
Is going to happen this cycle? Probably not. But I do think that XRP is going to be an absolute giant, especially in a regulated, utility-driven market where the prices are not determined by, Michael Saylor going on live television saying that, Bitcoin's going to go to $1 million. Like, the whole hype and speculation phase of this market is coming to a close. And when the curtain opens back up, the only thing that will determine value is how adopted and how utilized the networks actually are. And the thing that determines that is how efficient they are. Now, I want to talk about this more in depth because as we look at what's happening even right now, the big thing to focus on is real world asset tokenization. This is Securitize. Securitize has been absolutely killing the game. They have been working with institutions and some of the biggest players out there to bring the world on chain through tokenization. We could actually see some of their players that are already utilizing them for tokenization initiatives. You have BlackRock here, Hamilton Lane, KKR as well. And there's a few more, right? If we actually go to the view more, you could see some of the other players that are on here. There's quite a bit of tokenized funds already tapped in on some very big networks out there. But I bring up Securitize because of how adopted they are. We know that back in March, for an example, that's when BlackRock launched the first tokenized fund, and this was on the Ethereum network through Securitize. Now, during this time, a lot of people were saying like, "Oh, that's it. Ethereum's going to be, the biggest thing ever. Blah blah blah, whatever." As we look at this, right, the institutions, the big players like BlackRock, they're dipping their toes in right now. A lot of this is just around like millions of dollars, potentially even billions. But we are not seeing the real money just yet. But also, back in May, Securitize announced a $47 million strategic funding round led by BlackRock. And this was with a few other players as well. But, for the most part, BlackRock, this proved that BlackRock was here and they're going basically all in on the tech. And it's for good measure, which we'll talk about why in a second. But even more so, if we go to the Securitize story, we have leading the tokenization of real world assets. And they do say here that back in 2017, they envisioned using blockchain technology to bring automation and liquidity potential to alternative asset classes. Recognizing that the technology didn't exist, they built Securitize. And we could actually see the full timeline here, especially, in 2024, for an example. They've been expanding rapidly. They've been becoming a very big player in the tokenization of basically everything around us. They have some very big overall board of directors from BlackRock, for an example. There's a few other companies on here as well, but look at their advisory board. Look at how stacked this advisory board is. Twitter, Google, Barclays, the SEC, JP Morgan. Even down here, we also see, the New York Commodities Exchange, the World Economic Forum. The list just goes on. I mean, it's actually kind of wild. And also, by the way, James Wallace, VP of Central Bank Engagements at Ripple. Interesting. And if we actually look at their investors, very big list. And of course, we have Ripple here with SBI Holdings, for example. So, obviously, Ripple has a very, small piece of, exposure to Securitize. But also, if we go over here, this was 15 hours ago, Standard Chartered's Zodia Inc.'s custody deal with Securitize, BlackRock's tokenization partner. Okay. So now Zodia Custody is inking up with Securitize. And we even have here that our partnership with Zodia Custody extends secure and compliant custody solutions to institutional investors, allowing them to access tokenized assets like BlackRock's BUIDL. We also have together, we're bringing or bridging traditional finance and digital assets, proving infrastructure that institutions need to confidently engage in this transformative market. Now, they do mention down here, the tokenization market and cryptocurrency and how, big these markets are going to essentially be. Overall, is this going to lead to exposure to XRP? Well, let's talk about that. Here we have Ripple starting to follow Securitize. Securitize is a leading platform for expanding investor access to exclusive private market alternative assets from private equity to private credit and more. But also, if we go over here, recently Securitize was at Ripple Swell back in the middle of October. And this was titled The Power of Tokenization in the Digital Era. Now, they were also on stage with Northern Trust, and Archix. And if you guys do know, Archix was also recently, announcing that they collaborated with Ripple to launch the first tokenized money market fund on the XRP Ledger. And if we go back to the summer, they announced that they were bringing millions to the XRP Ledger as well. But I want to come back to this because also James Wallace was on stage with them. And like I showed you guys, back over here we come down here, James Wallace, he's under the board of directors, or their advisory board, at Securitize. Now, building upon this, we do have a video clip from Ripple Swell, and this is Carlos Domingo, CEO and co-founder of Securitize, and he highlights how tokenized treasuries are reshaping finance. Securitize is bringing the world on-chain, registering ownership rights on blockchain to unlock real-world assets for institutions and investors. The tokenized future is now.
I'm Carlos Domingo. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Securitize. So I started the company at late 2017. That was like kind of the first wave of excitement about tokenization. Crypto was very small when I started the company. It was like a 20 billion industry. Now it's a 2 trillion industry. So when blockchain started, I just felt like this should be the same technology layer should be applied to regulated instruments to make it easier to transact, easier to trade, and easier to purchase. So here at Swell, we just had a panel focused on tokenization. What are the kind of asset classes that we think are going to be likely to be tokenized next? Today, treasuries obviously is the largest category. We've been having a relationship with Ripple for many years, so it's great to see how the company has expanded their vision from the initial work they were doing in cross-border payments into many other areas, including tokenization. So we're very excited about a lot of the discussions and potential partnerships that we're discussing with Ripple.
So the potential partnerships that they are discussing with Ripple. Interesting. Check this out. This goes back to December 4th of 2023. A lot of people overlook this. This goes all the way back a year ago. Standard Chartered-backed Zodiac Custody joins Ripple-owned Medico's global crypto storage network. Now again, Zodiac Custody just inked up a deal with Securitize. Okay. And then, of course, when we think about what Medico has become, it's Ripple Custody, access the entire digital asset ecosystem today. And also, for those that actually don't know, this anything around tokenization involves the XRP ledger when it comes to Ripple Custody. We've broken this down many times before. But remember that Ripple literally funded Securitize. Going all the way back to 2018, Securitize supported by Coinbase and Ripple with
Okay, this is the automatic course creator. And if you are looking for the fastest and most affordable way to launch
$13 million in funding, guys, Securitize was nothing until Ripple and Coinbase joined up to back them. So Securitize is literally funded by Ripple. Securitize has exposure to all of these big players. And now that they're really looking into tokenization in a large way, and even with Standard Charter's, Zodiac Custody, who do you think they're going to utilize for a main custodian? In my opinion, it is going to be Ripple Custody. But thinking about how big all of this is, it leads me to what BlackRock initially told everyone before inking up these deals with Securitize. Listen closely.
We believe the next step going forward will be the tokenization of financial assets. And that means every stock, every bond will have its own, basically, CUSIP. It'll be on one general ledger. Every investor, you and I, will have our own number, our own identification. We can rid ourselves of all issues around illicit activities about bonds and stocks and digital by having a tokenization. But the most importantly thing, we can customize strategies through tokenization that fits every individual. We would have instantaneous settlement. Think about all the costs of settling bonds and stocks. And if you had a tokenization, everything would be immediate because it's just a line item. And so we believe this is a technological transformation for financial assets. If you want to talk about voting and voting choice and all the things, if we know every moment who is the owner of that stock and it's now time to vote, every individual who has ownership is identified and they can vote their own shares. We believe the next step.
Now, let me ask you all this. Does this sound like something that can happen on Bitcoin or even on Ethereum? No. This is why I say that XRP will be bigger than Bitcoin. It will be worth more than Bitcoin. Today, if XRP had the market cap of Bitcoin, XRP would be sitting at over $30. I said here, and this goes back to September, BlackRock and major institutions keep pushing the Bitcoin and Ethereum hype machine to the retail sector. They're literally forcing everyone to believe that Bitcoin is going to be this, miracle digital asset that's going to be worth millions of dollars because it's so usable, right? You could use it at scale. You could send transactions instantly. Like, come on. Who are they kidding? I said they are doing this as a way to distract and divert the attention away from the real value in this space.
Now let me stop right there. This is what I was talking about, and I think this is what we were talking about too on the larger scale, Sister Cass, and everybody concerned that this XRP is like Netflix. I remember when everybody was going to Blockbuster Video. Wow, what a difference! Well, now the difference is a lot simpler. Streaming was the name of the game back then. You didn't have to leave your home to go out into the cold weather to return a video that's late or was about to be late. You could stream it into your home. And so now we're getting fatter. You don't have to go out for nothing. You know what I mean? And the idea to me, from what I'm seeing, is that XRP is revolutionary. Like the TV was, like XM satellite radio was, like you name it, the internet was in the 70s, like the computer was in the 70s. You know what I mean? Every now and then you're gonna have technology just so far out the box, it's gonna take a minute for people to get used to it and to let go of what was normal. And what was normal all the time with Bitcoin is now the dinosaur. It's going the way of the dinosaur. So this is a whole nother setup that is being legitimized. And you're going to see this and all the other videos that I have. So let's continue.
Just for reference, if we look at XRP and we compare it to Bitcoin in the last year, all right, look at the percentage gained here. Just recently, XRP was outperforming Bitcoin. And if we compare it to even, let's go back to Ethereum, okay? So here we have Ethereum. So far this cycle, XRP has severely outperformed Ethereum. And I said, you were told multiple times now that the focus is on tokenization. Do you really think the world could be tokenized on Ethereum? I'm not going to mention Bitcoin here because let's just be honest, it has failed as a viable network for financial use cases. That's not me being an anti-Bitcoin guy. I'm just being legit with you guys. A lot of Bitcoin maxis will continue to sell you on the hopes and dreams of it being a store of value. It's just nonsense. They're clinging on to anything to say, hey, Bitcoin is going to be around for the next 100 years because it's a store of value. Like, how far can that really go? Okay, like we need to have some legitimate use case value here, or else it's just going to be old tech that at some point in time people are going to be like, why am I even holding this? Especially as we do start to see these other networks being adopted at scale and utility being the main driver. If utility is the main driver and you can't utilize Bitcoin for anything outside of just holding it, what type of value do you think that's going to create? So at the end of the day, what will be, institutions and asset managers really be using? They won't be using private ledger technology because it would be a walled garden and wouldn't fix anything. We must look at the public ledger technology in the space that can actually handle the scale and be utilized for these types of use cases. This is where all the money will be, and this is where investors behind this tech will become very wealthy. And I mentioned a lot of projects that I personally am looking into. There are definitely others that could be mentioned, but no one cares about these projects. Price action is the only thing that retail is focused on right now, which is very surprising considering fiat currencies continue to lose their value. We need to stop looking at this space as currencies and instead look at this space as technologies. The entire world is moving towards a tokenized digital society, yet the largest players push Bitcoin and Ethereum. Do you ever question why that is? Since when do the elites really tell us their plan and allow us to get rich through it? The answer is never. And yes, as we think about where we are at right now, cyclical wise, we are still in the Bitcoin phase of crypto, where Bitcoin is the driver of everything. But when utility is the key driver, when the space is regulated, what do you think is going to be the number one project? It is not going to be Bitcoin. It is not going to be Ethereum. This is why I do think that almost 99% of all investors in the space, because what percentage is actually invested into these utility projects, they're going to be completely shocked by what's coming. But also the entire world will soon wake up to the fact that, it was never about Bitcoin. It was never about Ethereum. It was about these projects that can actually handle trillions of dollars per day. And a lot of these networks just can't. So with that being said, I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. If you guys did, definitely leave a like, subscribe to notifications on because more free content.
Yeah. Is there any questions? Anybody want to make a comment? Sister Cassie? Oh, she left. No, Sister Cassie. Yeah, I'm looking at it wrong. You got any questions? Anybody got any questions or comments? Okay. So my comment is the utility. The utility of Netflix with the fact that you didn't have to go out in a hot sun or the cold weather in order to get your movies and stuff like that. This platform, this ledger is becoming more and more clear to me now because I couldn't see shit before. And you remember Gary Wilson, don't you, Brother Muhammad? Brother Muhammad, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Gary Wilson.
Right.
Who is he?
He used to be on your show from Facebook, and he was always talking about Bitcoin this.
Oh,
Bitcoin
the truck driver. The truck driver.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I had to apologize to him on Facebook, and I tell him, man, you were right all along. Yeah, I'm being honest. I just couldn't see it because nobody wasn't really explaining it like, 2 + 2 = 4, motherfucker. You're trying to say 2 + 2 = -1. That don't make no sense to me. So, I had to apologize to him and let him know about my position with XRP and what I'm doing now, this, that, and the other. So, but yeah, hopefully he don't take it personally. He took it kind of hard, man. He took it, but anyway, we're going to continue to go on because I'm getting sleepy and I don't want to move out. I don't want to lose out on what was really important here. This brother on the way, he's down here. I might play him next just in case. Where the hell are you at? Oh, here he is. Digit Hustle Network. I'm going to play him. I'm going to play this one first and then get to him next. So hold on. This one is 13 minutes and I'll be right back.
Years completely become a joke, and Gary Gensler looked like the biggest clown in the circus. And this is all through what the Trump admin is about to do, which we have to talk about because what they are about to do is going to pump XRP to new highs. And with that being said, welcome to the channel, everyone. My name is Nick. For those that are new to the channel, hopefully by the end of this video, you do become a subscriber. Let's take a quick look at what the CLO at Ripple has to say about what the SEC was just boasting about on X, which was the fact that they announced that the SEC filed 583 total enforcement actions in fiscal year 2024 while obtaining orders for $8.2 billion in financial remedies, the highest amount in SEC history. Wow, how great. This is incredible. And we have from Stuart Alderoty saying the SEC bragging about record fines collected is like a professor boasting about their highest ever class failure rate and the most cheating scandals. It's not a measure of success. It's an indictment of oversight gone terribly wrong, driven by perverse incentives. And yes, as we think about what the SEC has done for the last 4 years, it's been nothing but a complete joke. I mean, we are seeing investors, retail investors, the same investors that the SEC is vowing to protect, getting hurt during this entire process. Billions of dollars lost of retail money. And of course, there will be no accountability. It's just horrible. But I do believe that everything is about to change. And we have to talk about this because it's very bullish for XRP. Because XRP holders, listen, if we go all the way back to November of 2020, things were looking good. December came around and we got coal for Christmas. Or should I, really say how it is, right? Jay Clayton gave us the worst present possible. And that was the SEC case that stifled price action for XRP, killed momentum, delisted off of all major exchanges, and it allowed the XRP community and retail investors around XRP to lose out on one of the biggest bull runs. And over $15 billion in damages were dealt just upon the announcement.
Why pay for power
Hold
when
on.
this tiny device can run your home for pennies? Thousands of smart homeowners are slashing
of the lawsuit. So now as we do think about that, I want to take your attention away from this and on to this video here. This is from Senator Cynthia Lummis. President Trump is assembling an army to fight for Bitcoin. And what she really means is crypto. Let's just be honest here. But listen closely.
These are all things that President Trump raised during his campaign, and he seems to be assembling a very pro-Bitcoin cabinet. His leadership understand the assets, not only just Bitcoin, but other digital assets and the opportunities for blockchain. And it then moves into the whole AI culture as well. So I see these things as being part and parcel of creating a 21st century economy that has its anchor in the United States.
Yeah. And, this is exactly what's happening right now. Trump and the entire admin behind this Trump administration, everyone along the way is now pushing for crypto and crypto innovation. He's assembling a team to make sure that crypto itself thrives within the U.S. They want crypto in the U.S. to be the biggest in the world. They want, the U.S. to be a hub for innovation, for the tech, and I personally believe that it's going to be. And starting off, let's look into the former chairman of the CFTC, Chris Giancarlo, with such a great statement. Well-regulated markets are the best markets in the world. Regulators have to move from a grudging way of regulation to an embracing way of regulation. And check this out.
This is not only a technology that's going to enable faster, more efficient financial markets, broader, more inclusive, more direct access to finance, but it's also going to allow regulators to do a far better job at their work. And why do I say that? Because for finally, they're not going to be totally reliant on intermediaries to report to them what's going on. They're going to be actually able to be nodes in blockchains to actually see activity and move away from entity-based regulation to activity-based regulation. And hopefully that should be able to come with the right elements of privacy for market participants. Regulators can now monitor flows of transactions pseudonymously and only when there's probable cause through our standard constitutional means unmask that and do their job that they're constitutionally bound to do to prevent fraud and manipulation of markets. So this is a tremendous opportunity. It's a new architecture, and we will spend time later on talking about all the changes of last week. But I think the one piece of the iceberg that yet needs to crack is regulators to move on from, okay, grudgingly, we need to, is regulators, but I think.
Now, listen, as we really think about what is going on here, okay, he is 100% correct. We need to make sure that, this space is regulated properly. Because the innovation, the technology behind it that is possible is extremely revolutionary. And we won't get to realize it without proper regulation. Now, I do believe that this is the time where we are about to witness a significant change all through this admin. For example, over here we have Justin, the Trump administration designed the CFTC to oversee digital asset regulation. Now, why is this important? Well, think about what the CFTC has been doing for the last couple of years. We know that many of the commissioners at the CFTC were meeting with, Ripple in their headquarters while the SEC was still pushing the whole anti-crypto narrative, and we're still in this lawsuit. But also, check this out from XX 1133-1221-11. Charles Giancarlo and his brother Christopher founded Digital Dollar to explore CBDCs. Christopher Giancarlo, CFTC under Trump and Obama. Charles, Silver Lake and Pure Storage with Brad Garlinghouse. And then, of course, Charles Giancarlo, Digital Dollar Project with Ripple, Stellar, Hedera Connections. And then also Adam Meinhardt, CFTC and Stellar, both currently. And you can see all of these connections. Again, these are very significant connections back to utility-based projects in the space. And do you think that that is just a coincidence? Absolutely not. Now, on top of this, I want you guys to realize just how bullish Chris Giancarlo has been for XRP. He has been supporting XRP and Ripple this entire time, even going all the way back to June of 2020. XRP is not a security, declares former CFTC chairman Chris Giancarlo. Okay? Also, here we have from November 18th, 2024, and this got posted by Armando Pantoja. Ripple CEO reminds us that before the SEC got involved in crypto, XRP was the second most valuable digital asset. It's time to make up for lost time. XRP to $20. Check this out.
Yeah, so what's affecting the price of XRP has been the SEC. People forget, frankly, before the SEC got involved in the crypto markets, XRP was the second most valuable digital asset.
Avoid these foods if you want to lose weight fast.
You're a female and you want to get toned and you want to get fit. You
ahead of ETH. And then the SEC got involved and said, hey, we think ETH is probably okay, and ETH went up. And then they sued Ripple and XRP went down. This is not how our government is supposed to work. We're supposed to have a level playing field and have equal opportunity. We shouldn't have our government picking winners and losers in this regard. We think in the long run will prevail, and that'll sort itself out. But for now, it's frustrating for the community, and I like the way you characterized it, for the XRP family.
So, yeah, I mean, listen, before the SEC even stepped into the picture, XRP was one of the largest projects. And I do believe that even in 2020, XRP was gearing up to surpass Ethereum and be the second largest project by market cap. And if we're thinking about that, XRP should have hit somewhere around like roughly $600 billion in market cap back in 2021. Now, if we're thinking about that, why did I bring this video up? Well, it's because Chris Giancarlo reposted this on his X account. It is time for XRP to become unleashed and the real value behind XRP to be realized in. Now, am I expecting XRP to go to $20? Not exactly, but is it possible? 100%. Now, on top of this, Chris Giancarlo also celebrated the big win back in July of last year, where we got the news of XRP is not a security. 3 years ago this week, my colleague and I opined that XRP is not an investment contract subject to regulation as a security. Our view now is validated by court ruling. Again, this is an individual that has been celebrating the XRP wins along the way. And now there is a potential opportunity where Chris Giancarlo becomes a, he gets into a leadership position yet again through this admin. I do think that we are about to see a very big shift in the acceptance of crypto, the adoption of crypto, and I do think that this case around XRP is going to be dropped. And also talking more so about that, check this out. The Bearable Bull post this. Chris Giancarlo was formerly at the CFTC, and today it's been confirmed that the CFTC will be making or taking a bigger role than the SEC in regulating digital assets under Trump. Giancarlo is highly speculated to be Trump's crypto czar. He stated that he believes the XRP case will be dismissed with the new administration. Yet another bullish catalyst for the XRP price. Check it out.
that issuance was deemed the security part of it wasn't. SEC's appealing. Yes. There's a Trump SEC coming in. Are they going to drop the case, you think?
So, Charlie, as you know, I wrote a definitive law review article before that case was brought, arguing that XRP was not a security subject to SEC. It turned out that the judge who ruled in that case sided with the view I'd expressed. Half of it, right? I would recommend that it's time for regulatory agencies to drop a lot of these cases where they've lost at the trial court.
If you were a betting man, would they drop the XRP case?
I think they
As you can see what it said, Trump has promised to make U.S. crypto capital with strategic Bitcoin reserve. I'll be honest with you, I think that's a lie. It'll be replaced with XRP.
should. No, will they? I would bet they would.
That.
So there you guys have it. And again, as we think about this, all right, if Chris Giancarlo becomes, the crypto czar, you can 100% be sure that he will help drop the case and promote Ripple. I agree with this because they have been essentially best friends with Brad Garlinghouse, just like, XX is saying here. And, outside of this, right, he's been a big supporter along the entire way of Ripple and XRP. So it just makes sense, in my opinion, that this case will essentially be done and finished and over if he becomes the crypto czar or gets into any leadership position. I think that, everything around, I don't even think that Chris Giancarlo should even be the focus with this. I truly do believe that this case is done regardless. This admin is extremely pro-crypto. They want crypto to thrive, and they want the US-based crypto companies like Ripple, Coinbase, etc. to be successful. They don't want to see them, stifled or have any obstacles in their way. So I think that we are about to witness a very significant shift. And I do think that all of this is a very big catalyst for XRP as well. I think that this admin is going to pump a lot of these utility projects because of, the pro-innovation and the acceptance that we will most likely see over the course of the next couple of weeks and months ahead. So with that being said, I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. If you guys did, definitely leave a like, subscribe to notifications on because of more free content. You guys are more than welcome to follow me on Twitter.
All right, so you heard the guy. This whole shebang, this economic progressive platform, better known as XRP, XLM, Flare, which I'm going to be playing next with the black guy. He does a hell of a job of explaining Flare, which is a cryptocurrency with the initials F as in Florida, L as in Larry, R as in Robert. They're going for like 5 cents a coin. They're talking about $100 coin for Flare over time, but it's definitely worth more than 5 cents. If it is the the operability of all the coin to operate smoothly, more smoothly than what it is right now. So with that, I'm gonna hold on. Let me see where it's at. Here we go. This one, you know what? I'm not gonna play it all. I'm not because 25. I'm getting tired. We'll be going into. So I'm gonna play this one all the way because you guys gotta hear this guy. This brother really understands. So let's play this all the way through.
See his Flare Network update. It'll be a piece of content that's more so geared at helping you understand what you hold. And in my opinion, that's the most valuable asset to have in this crazy space. Now, if you hold Dogecoin, you should be jumping for joy right now. Doge comes to F Assets Open Beta. Now, obviously, I'm going to break down to you what that means, but first, let me introduce myself. My name is Wade Teamer, and you're listening to another edition of the DHN Crypto Podcast. I've been in this space since 2019 and researched over 1,000 digital assets. And I can assure you, the number one reason I run this show is to share this information with the people. Even if Bitcoin is approaching $90,000 for the first time in its history, a lot of people don't know what's truly going on beneath the surface. That's the only reason that I'm here. Now, if you're new, I must share this PDF with you before we jump into this story. This is the DHN Crypto Starter Kit. Like I said, I've been here for a minute. And what I decided to do a few weeks ago was compress as much as I could into these 6 pages. What you get is the 5 verticals of crypto. These are the 5 pillars of this industry. This has helped me understand the direction of this market and what is stemming from it. On top of that, you'll get a criteria to evaluate any asset that you want to look at. I'll be the first to tell you, on this channel, we don't care what you're about. All right. If you come join our conversations on the future of finance and how things are changing, the inner cost, then like I said, welcome. What I want you to ultimately do is leave these episodes. Every time you leave this channel, I want you to have more information than when you arrive. These criteria will help you do that same thing, get that same thing out of any asset that you look into. Pair that with a list of links to different crypto ecosystems, both good and bad. Some we cover on the channel, others we don't, but it'll give you an idea of what a crypto ecosystem looks like. And again, if you're new, this took years to find. I just saved you all that time. Tools, resources, links to various crypto analytics, NFT, stats, anything you want, various news sources. Look, it's all in those 6 pages and it's absolutely free. And I promise you, you download this PDF, you're going to be miles ahead of what everybody else is getting. So let's get into the story, folks. Doge comes to F Assets open beta. Let's read into this one. It's really short. All the more reason why I said in the beginning, this will be more of a technical update. Flare is pleased to announce that Test Doge can now be bridged to Flare's Coston network, SF Test Doge. As of today, users can head over to F Assets Beta to start testing the newly supported Dogecoin by minting, redeeming, and providing collateral. Those who participate will be eligible for retroactive airdrop rewards to further enhance the experience. We've also made improvements to the platform's user interface that will make it easier than ever to navigate. So we're going to jump over to that terminal because it looks pretty freaking sweet. And I remember we were covering Flare a couple weeks ago and we tried to get to this link and I don't think the page was quite ready yet. So to my knowledge, this is brand new information we are looking at here. The core value proposition for the Flare network is to connect all chains, to bring about utility through interoperability. This page we're looking at right now is something that we have been waiting for to come from Flare for a long time. They have been telling the entire market that we would bring smart contracts to the XRP ledger, to Bitcoin, to Dogecoin. We would bring DeFi capabilities to Bitcoin, Dogecoin, XRP. And now we have the numbers. They are starting to come in to verify this information. So, in short, what this is going to do for Dogecoin specifically, well, DeFi is making its way to Dogecoin. I'll just tell you that much. I know some of you probably heard it when I dropped mentions of Dogecoin. I used to cover Dogecoin a lot in the early days of this channel. There are actually some pretty interesting connections behind Dogecoin. I'll tell you this. Contrary to what the price action might be, a lot of core Dogecoin developers didn't necessarily take too kindly to when Elon Musk showed them. But the number one reason Elon Musk showed up was because he knew that there was some real utility on the Dogecoin blockchain. Remember, Dogecoin, well, you may not remember, but I'll tell you, Dogecoin is one of those Generation 1 assets. Close to Generation 2, but it's still Generation 1 because it hit CoinMarketCap alongside Bitcoin, Litecoin, OpenCoin, and some other stuff. But it was designed essentially to be just like a Bitcoin or a Litecoin. That was the original purpose. That would also explain the enormity of tokens. Dogecoin was originally intended for payments. That was the entire gig, right? But it was supposed to be social payments. Of course, it obviously started out as a joke token. But then the people who created it realized, okay, wait, we got something here. Let's make something from it. Then the Musk situation came in and swarmed down, and only time will tell what will come from the Musk and Dogecoin relationship. But fundamentally, Dogecoin just got to live, and I like to see that. And I think Dogecoin is going to be at $1 again. It has been going absolutely insane on the price chart. So if you're holding Doge, congratulations to you. Now, what this means, more specifically, let's get a little bit more technical. So the F assets, as described here, are enabled by Flare's data acquisition protocols, the data connector, and Flare time series oracle. The FTSO provides decentralized price feeds for all the tokens involved, and the data connector can verify a required action has taken place on a different chain. So a couple weeks ago, I was telling you guys about the impact of a blockchain being able to bring in real world data. Flare Network is one of those assets that allows you to bring in data that is not on a particular blockchain and use it within that blockchain. What the F assets are specifically doing is taking that exact same model, but keeping it within the blockchain sphere. So, as the video clip that I'm going to share with you in just a second will explain further, it's a situation where Flare is in the middle, and you have some Bitcoin data over here, and you want to get yield for the Bitcoin, right? Well, not Bitcoin data. You got some Bitcoin over here. Okay? You heard data 2 times in a day, and you want to get yield. But there isn't an application on Bitcoin quite yet to give you exactly what you're looking for. But on the Flare network, somebody has built an application compatible with F assets that's offering yield for Bitcoin. So theoretically, what you can do is take your Bitcoin to that Flare network application, start getting your yield. And then here's the craziest part about it. You don't get the yield back in Flare, you get it back in the native asset. Now, if you're all about price, then yeah, you would be wondering why isn't it coming back in Flare? You actually don't want it to come back in Flare because that would add more sale pressure. You want someone to get the rewards on the native chain because then that keeps that on their chain. That's their business. It doesn't affect Flare's liquidity in any way. That's the major advantage here. Now let's continue this, and then we're going to jump to the clip here. Each F asset will be backed by mixed on-chain collateral held by an agent in a community-provided pool. This backing consists of 3 asset types: the underlying stablecoin or Ethereum collateral stablecoin. That would explain why we see this little blue guy right here, which notice there's more USDC than Tether. It's more USDC than Tether. But as they continue, underlying collateral being stablecoin or ETH, and Flare native token collateral, either Flare or Songbird. So yes, this does incorporate the Songbird testnet as well. You saw in the headline, Doge F asset would be bridged to be Costin. Costin and Songbird, these are strictly testnets for the Flare network. Testing environments. So developers can come in, work out an idea, see if it's feasible. And if it is, then it gets kicked up to the mainnet. That's usually the structure with all crypto projects that run a testnet alongside their main chain. And if it is just a strict layer 1, there's often an environment on the layer 1 that is strictly used for testing. With Ethereum, I believe it's called Cephalon. So that's just, again, we're going to get deep into what we're holding in this episode, just to let you know. Now, the minting and redeeming process will be supported by a number of agents. The role in the system is secure through over-collateralization, such that the system is rendered trustless. Someone who mints F assets starts by selecting an agent and paying a small fee to reserve the required collateral. The minter then sends the agent the underlying asset, with the data connector used to prove the transaction has taken place on the other chain. Once the payment has been verified, the F assets are minted as ERC20 tokens on Flare. These tokens can be used within DeFi on Flare or bridged to another chain. So you're not only leaning into the interoperability here, but you're also leveraging the broad user base of Ethereum ERC20 tokens. If you look at the government relationships for Ethereum, in any of the documentation, you will see that they have a very strong interest in the ERC20 and the other Ethereum token standards, because those token standards are what makes Ethereum tick. So, like I said, we had a clip, and I want to share this with you. It's just about 2.5 minutes, but it gives a deeper explanation from them themselves about how the F asset ecosystem is going to look.
Today, the total value of all public blockchain assets is approximately $1 trillion. However, more than 70% of this value is made up of tokens from blockchains that can't support smart contracts, a critical requirement for decentralized applications. The F-Asset system, developed by Flare Labs, allows these assets, such as Bitcoin, XRP, and Dogecoin, to be used trustlessly in smart contracts on Flare. Minting these tokens as F-Assets enables them to earn rewards in DeFi and other types of decentralized applications. Once the F-Assets are minted on Flare, they can also be bridged to other networks using LayerCake. For developers, this means secure, trustless access to a vast amount of currently untapped value and new potential users. To securely represent these assets on a smart contract chain without requiring a centralized third party, the F-Asset system relies upon Flare's native data acquisition protocols.
Now, the access without a third party, the decentralized access, that is a big talking point and one of the major obstacles for other networks like a Bitcoin and XRP to dive deep into those DeFi, that DeFi market. Because a lot of DeFi protocols, decentralized exchanges, they're truly decentralized. It's an entire network of globally distributed nodes that are managing that application that you're getting your yield on. That's the true goal of all crypto, honestly, but it does at the same time come with its disadvantages. Flare is trying to remove and in general so that way, whether now I want to be careful when I say this, but whether it's centralized or decentralized, it won't matter. You won't have an intermediary. You'll just be able to use the technology.
That's critical. Whether it's decentralized or centralized, doesn't matter. It gives total liquidity to all of the crypto that will be going through and operating through Flare. So as you can see, this whole system, this whole new ecosystem or economic system is being congealed, put together to work seamlessly.
Firstly, the Flare Time Series Oracle for decentralized price feeds, and secondly, the State Connector for trustless verification of transactions on the underlying chain. F-Assets are backed by 3 asset types: the underlying, Flare native token collateral, and either stablecoin or wrapped Ether collateral. The process of minting and redeeming F-Assets is supported by independent agents. Their role in the system is secured through over-collateralization, removing the need to trust any counterparty. To mint F-Assets, the minter must first select an agent and pay them a small fee to reserve the required collateral. The minter then sends the agent the underlying asset, with the State Connector used to prove the transaction has taken place on the other chain. With the payment verified, the F-Assets are then minted as ERC20 tokens on Flare. These tokens can be used within DeFi on Flare or bridged to another chain. F-Assets unlocks the value of non-smart contract tokens. Unlike many wrapped asset systems, F-Assets are trustless, meaning there's no centralized entity involved in the process. Holders of F-Assets on Flare will also earn FLR from the cross-chain incentive pool, bringing value onto the Flare network.
That last bit about the Flare rewards, that'll be another attractive leg to bring more people into the Flare ecosystem, knowing that they can benefit financially from this F-Asset protocol. Now, this is another diagram from Flare's official Flare docs that you can look into, but it basically just repeats everything that we talked about. You can use these F-Assets in smart contracts and decentralized applications on Flare, and at any time you can redeem them for the underlying asset, and it's basically supported using the FTSO and the Flare Data Connector. So the core thing about this story is now assets like Bitcoin, Doge, XRP, through Flare being an F-Asset, can make use of smart contract applications as well as DeFi applications. Now, personally, I believe that is going to be absolutely insanely massive for chains like the XRP Ledger and Dogecoin. Doge, in their case, waiting to crack on that utility and building out infrastructure partners like the Flare network is a very good idea. For the XRP Ledger, I covered this not too long ago, but the XRP Ledger can actually run a smart contract, and so can Bitcoin. The thing is, it's a lot more complicated on Bitcoin, which we'll touch on in a second, and it's a lot more expensive on the XRP Ledger because you got to go through some type of escrow. This removes all of those obstacles. That is why it was so much anticipation in 2022 leading up to Flare's launch, because their value proposition just made sense. Obviously, these blockchains, and I said this before, they're isolated environments. Whether or not they're made by a banking institution or an independent group of guys who came together who were very good with computers and wanted to try to change the world. Talking at you, Polygon. There's a lot of stories about the guys who invented Polygon. It's fascinating, Tim. But I digress, obviously. But there was a lot of anticipation around Flare for its ability to connect these isolated blockchain environments. So, to that point, you have to understand the component where you mint the F asset on Flare, but your redemptions are in the native token. That insulates Flare from the volatility of that transaction. And it also adds liquidity, if I'm not mistaken, to the native network. So this is going to be a win-win on all sides here. And what I have here is the list of networks that are already connected to Flare. Not all of these have been announced as F assets, but you can see Ethereum, Dogecoin, Bitcoin, and the XRP Ledger. There has been lots of discussion about Litecoin being the next F asset incorporated. When you look at other Flare documentations, they mention Litecoin being one. And then there's the conversation of Stellar Lumens. Now, Stellar has their own smart contract situation going on, so I'm not quite sure how that would work. Although there is a world where this can be an added infrastructure partner, similar to the Doge Flare connection, where you can make use of Stellar smart contracts. And we got this other application that's running on a network called Flare, where you can also make use of the same smart contracts. So is this also, talking to you guys at Flare, is this also a system where it can improve existing smart contract chains? That's something I haven't heard of. The point I'm getting at here, guys, DeFi applications are one thing. But when we're talking smart contracts, this opens up an entire new world. It genuinely does, right? A smart contract can simply be described as an if-then type of transaction. If this set of conditions are met, then this is what's going to happen. When you blow that up on a big scale, and I got an article to support this, I'll show you in a second. Like I said, the potential is limitless. But let's turn our attention to Bitcoin shortly and their relationship with smart contracts. So I remember this, I'm going to go to this one here, the history. I remember this moment in time for Bitcoin. Now, I wasn't here for the pay to script hash introduction in 2012, but apparently that was introduced to significantly enhance Bitcoin smart contract flexibility. 2012. Okay, it allowed transactions to be made to scripts whose conditions are revealed only when spending. Fast forward to 2021, Taproot upgrade. I was here for that. I dove deep into that because I had an understanding back then that if Bitcoin leans into the smart contract world, we'd be looking at a whole different monster. And then here's another perspective. Mining rewards for Bitcoin are about to be significantly lower. And this is going forward. Period. A lot of mining companies had to discontinue operations because they weren't as profitable. It takes a little bit more computer power now to be profitable at mining Bitcoin. I bring that up because if the number one value driver for mining Bitcoin is no longer the same, then what else is Bitcoin going to be used for? That's what the smart contracts are here for. 2021 in November, the Taproot upgrade marked another milestone by introducing Schnorr signatures and Merkleized abstract syntax trees. Taproot further expanded the potential for privacy, efficiency, and complexity in Bitcoin smart contracts. So essentially, thanks to Taproot, where it was just payment-based smart contracts, well, now you can do all types of smart contracts on Bitcoin. This upgrade has been in effect for years now. It's just been waiting to be unlocked. Things to think about here, guys. So the smart contract relationship for Bitcoin, for XRP, for Dogecoin, that's my favorite part of this whole story, is because I understand what smart contracts can do for a network. Now, just to take this to another level, nope, gonna save that one for last. I know y'all saw that. That's more of a theory that I have, so that's why we'll keep it at the end. But I just want to share this with you, courtesy of our friends over at the Hedera Network. 10 real-world smart contract use cases. So, to give you an idea of what's possible when a network leans into smart contracts, you can get into clinical trials, the music industry, supply chain management, property ownership, mortgages, retail, digital identities, recording financial data, voting in elections, insurance sector. Simply put, it's...
You see how this is going? This is including damn near everything on the blockchain and what Flare will be able to do in conjunction with other like-minded people, like-minded organizations, like-minded other contracts, separate from and operating independently of Flare. Flare is like, if I want to say, the middleman between all of those entities, and it is like ice on the road where you want to have ice because everything goes faster. Zoop, 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 zoop. And with that being said, whether you're dealing with XRP, Bitcoin, Songbird, you name it, Ethereum, all of these things will be operating in tandem like spokes on a wheel. And it would just operate smoothly without any need for lack of a better word, oil to be injected into it to keep it running. It runs smoothly.
Smart contracts and the technology behind them that is really driving the utility discussion in this space. Now you'll notice that digital identity is one of them, right? Well, see, this page that I slipped and showed y'all is actually from an article we covered earlier in the week. Flare and Red Date introduced new decentralized KYC solution in Hong Kong. Now, we're not going to dig back into this story. If you want to know what this entails, you can watch that episode. YouTube will probably recommend it to you after this one. But I want to go back to this question here. How does Flare enable this initiative? Well, Flare enables this initiative by providing a privacy-first, immutable, and secure blockchain environment that leverages its enshrined oracle, the Flare Data Connector, for seamless identity verification across blockchains. This centralized approach offers a robust alternative to traditional centralized KYC systems, allowing users to maintain control over their personal data. My question here, the reason I bring this up, is because of the Flare Data Connector, is there a potential for not just a crypto or blockchain network to create an FSL? Genuinely. Because when you dig into this whole China Real DID and the IDA issued stable coins backed by the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, potentially, this is also connected to an application that's supposed to not only help you transact stable coins, but get access to other applications, Web3 applications as well. So I have to ask the question again. Because of the use of the Flare Data Connector, what's stopping a non-crypto company, a non-blockchain company from coming to Flare and creating an FSA for their company? That's the question that I'm left with, guys. I'm going to leave that one with you. Let me know what you think down in the comments. With that, that's all I got for this episode. Again, Flare's value prop.
Flare's at 1.5 cents when he did this. I don't know what date that is, but it's like 3 cents right now, or 2.5 cents. So think about that, Sister Cassie, if you're still here. I'm gonna get up out of here and close down a lot of these. I wanted to run this one. This is 5 minutes. Let me run the. This is 20 minutes. I'm gonna give. If you want to see what this guy's about, you can just take a look at him on YouTube. This will set the XRP price on fire. This one is 12 minutes. I don't have a lot of time now because I'm getting tired. I want to go to sleep. And this thing is still running. Huge XRP announcement from Brad Garlinghouse. Worth the look. And this one, XRP Ripple make a big breaking news. So if you want to take a look at that, you can. And then this guy, massive Ripple XRP news coming on Monday. So what we're going to do, hold on, let me see. Because we don't have, and this one is 20 minutes long. The U.S. is about to make Bitcoin history. That's a very good one. I would advise that everybody take a good look at that. Even on this one, it said Trump will make crypto great again, and U.S. Ripple CEO says. So let me go through these. You can see Flare is at 2 cents here. It's about 2.5 cents now, Sister Cassie, if you're still here. I'm going to go right back to that Flare. 3 reasons why I'm still buying Flare. And we just heard that brother explaining Flare and what it means. And here, this is 15 minutes. Why 107,000 Flare will set you financially free. So if we're going for 3 cents a share, that's 33 Flares for every dollar that you put into it. So if you look at it from that perspective, you can go on ahead and buy. So 1,000 would be 33,000 Flares, and 3,000 would give you almost 100,000. So to get that 107,000 Flares, you have to put in about $3,500. Now I've got Flares, so I got about 15,000. I'm thinking about buying some more on Monday to see what that's about. But that little money, that's nothing. I'm getting 33 to the dollar. Come on, man. So we're gonna cross that out, and then we're gonna go back to where we are. Oh, Sister Cassie done left already. Okay, Flashy. Yeah, Sister Cassie. Very interesting, brother. Very interested. Okay, let's see. Brother Elijah, you still here? Or you sleep? Hello? Brother Elijah. He's not responding, so I guess I must be the last one here. But yeah, Sister Kathy, I'm gonna write that to you on WhatsApp. But let's close it on out and just look at some of these last two, and then we'll be on our way.
Thanksgiving, if you will. No, that's not a thing, but hey, just from my family, from me to you, hope I've got plans to spend some time with those that you love in your life, because ultimately, quite honestly, that's really what it's about. Okay, so there's your little moment of touchy-feely good stuff here. With your XRP content. Like, I didn't know I was going to get that, Austin. Well, there you go. You never know what you're going to get with an Austin video, right? So XRP's next big move. Expert reveals XRP likely next target after correction ends. So we're going to talk about it in this. There's some good stuff here about where we'll see XRP's possible risk, as well as where we'll see it maybe end up and where it could go. So let's dive into this. So right now, let's take a look at the overall crypto market. Right now, as of recording, the crypto market's just right at that 3% mark, moving up. We got XRP moving up about 6%, which is nice. On the 1 day, on the 7 day, we're up 28%, and on the 1 month, of course, we know we got that 179+% that nobody thought would happen for XRP. Here's a different view of it. Actually, that massive move really happened in about an 18-day period right there. So see that from that point right there with the green circle all the way to that point, that is a 18-day, 12-hour period. Each candle you see is 4 hours worth of trading data. It's 174%. So put that in perspective, $1,000 spot here and then sold here would have made you a profit of $1,745. By the way, that is my software giving you those perfect buy and sell signals. Okay, so if you're interested in taking that for a test spin, there's a 30-day money back refund guarantee on the software, and it's about $1 a day with that discount code down there. So the link's in the description below. If you're watching this over on X, the link's above me. So give it a look. That 30-day, no questions asked, money back refund guarantee. Okay, so let's take a look at these levels that this particular analyst says we've got kind of out in our future. Okay, so let me get rid of some of these ads, a lot of ads on this website. So a market analyst has talking about, and he's using wave theory, Elliott wave theory, which I am a huge fan of. I'm just going to move here, right here. This is something that's interesting before we get to that. So during the recent rally, South Korean investors sold around 400 million XRP worth 400 million. This sell-off likely contributed to short-term price pressure, giving up the $1.44, pivotal price. Now, obviously, we've gotten back to that $1.44. Interesting note right there. Okay, continuing on, kind of the next possible direction. So this particular analyst is Dark Defender over on X, talking about an Elliott wave theory. We're currently in wave C. Okay, this wave has a major support level at $1.28. That's a number you need to know. So we have a major, massive support level at $1.28. Okay, so kind of give you some perspective of that. Right in there is your level. See right there. See this consolidation right here. So he's talking about that kind of consolidation level right there. So that's a support level that's been established. Okay. So if we fail to hold, so i.e. if we drop below that, which I'm not seeing anything major kind of bad on the horizon outside of some kind of escalation event with Russia and Ukraine. That rhetoric, that scenario continues to be what it is and plays out. I'm not minimizing the loss of life and all that kind of stuff. I'm talking about its impact on crypto. Okay. There's really not a lot else right now on the global stage. Yes, I know there's other factors, okay, but nothing really, that cataclysmic or big. Okay, so if we do fall below that $1.28, we could see a $1.03 level. So there's another level. If we go down below that $1.28, it looks like our next level is $1.03. Okay, that's kind of the bad, if you will. That's kind of the bearish scenario. So, but if we once this correction ends, that we are seeing correction in, we're kind of already bouncing up on that one day, right? 6+%, that's good stuff. We could rebound to target $1.88. Okay, so $1.88 from where we're at right now is about 44 cents right there. Don't do math in public. It's real hard for me to do simple addition while I'm talking. Kind of like chewing gum, talking at the same time. There you go. Okay, so if we get through that, again, per this Elliott wave theory, okay, so then we could see breaking out to our peak of $1.96, and from there on could potentially trigger a run to the high seen during the 2017-2018 boom, which if we look at that is right here where we saw obviously 250 plus. The number is actually higher than that. Yeah, 246. Okay, so 246. We're not too far away from that, guys. We're not. We're about, I don't know, $1 away from that. Yeah, it's not a bad day. All right, so there's your levels. There's kind of the next things you need to be aware of. We got $1.28 is our support level. We break below that, we could see $1.03. That's your bearish scenario. $1.88 is your bullish scenario. If you continue to see the market rise, which the market is rising, and XRP is definitely floating along nicely with it, $1.88 to that $1.96 range, and then from there, boom, that $2.46 range that we saw as the all-time high, that's achievable and to below.
Brother Elijah, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up?
Okay. Yeah, well, we're gonna wrap it up. Hey, you gotta, cause I'm getting tired, man. I wanted to try to run this last one. It's 4 minutes long, but it's still the same thing by XRP. So I'm gonna close that one out. So you got any last comments about everything?
What I would say to the people is just stay up, stay vigilant. Know that whatever, we talk about a lot of different financial platforms and how money's supposed to be, backed by something precious as opposed to just nothing, printing dollars and so on, or printing whatever currency.
Right.
Just, I want everybody to be encouraged because, wherever we're going, and that mountain of copper that I mentioned, an hour ago, that's where we're going. The world is prosperous. There's no reason why in the world right now everybody shouldn't be a millionaire. And I'm not talking about working hard for it or anything. Just the resources based in most places is enough so that everybody should be all right and nobody should be homeless or hungry or any of that stuff. And many have said the same that I just said. So, and we're still discovering stuff every day now. We talked about the that I don't remember the name of it right now, but that rare mineral earth element that they found in Wyoming a few months ago.
Right.
During the storm. So I mean, stuff is being uncovered for the people to take advantage of, and with the system changing, we know that we're going to be all right. So nobody needs to be worried unless you one of them, and the sun is about to put it on you. With that said, I think I'm done with everything I needed to say today, brother. Thank you for having me once again, and and our brother Donald and sister Cassie and everybody else. So I'll see y'all hopefully next week, and we'll get it in again, and go from there.
All right, bet, man. I appreciate you coming back on, and like always, I just want to say this before I say my patented phrase. Never be afraid to make a move. Okay, when you make a move, make sure you look forward, look backward, look to the side, look up, and look down. And when you are sure of your move, make that move. Because a lot of people are operating out of fear. And when they operate out of fear, they don't move and they end up getting trapped and end up losing more than what they're supposed to lose. Because when you are prepared for disaster, like down there in Florida, for example, the hurricanes and all that, when you got your insurance, you're not tripping. I mean, it costs a lot, but you're not tripping. Because you got all your shit covered. Flood insurance, tornado insurance, fire insurance. But when you don't have any of that, now you are truly exposed to devastation. So, and then the other thing too is that it's important to, during the lean years, which is what the Bible was talking about, I think that would the brother, out of all of the brothers, they put him into slavery or something, or sold him off, and then he ended up becoming king of the Pharaoh of Egypt, and they didn't recognize him, and he was able to foresee the mishap of Egypt, and was able to ride it out for those 7 years. So during the time when you have a lot, put money to the fucking side. Because if you don't, when those lean years hit, it's not going to hit you as hard. But if you're not prepared for the worst, when the worst happens, it's going to be even worse for you. So I would suggest people to really take what we talked about here on the show and take another look at crypto. And if it is doing what I think it's going to do, which is to legitimize the whole process and make it on the up and up, where no one can do anything wrong as far as they can see, and as far as they can help, more so than what is going on now. And that's the purpose of Flare. That's the purpose of XRP. That's the purpose of XLM and XDC. That XDC was started by a brother. So look at all of those options and weigh it out, and make your move. Don't be scared. Don't operate out of fear. Operate out of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. And with that, peace and love, and everybody stay black, and we'll see you next Saturday. I don't know what we're going to be talking about. We talk about something. It might be by the end of the week. This XRP might be 5 hours. I don't know, but we'll see. So peace, man, and I get it. I get with you through the week.
Okay, my brother. That's what's up, man. We'll see you then.
All right, and brother Donald, we'll talk.